Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Get your greasy little face up next to the radio. And let's see. We can see. Welcome. Thanks for showing up. My name is Alan Cox. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's back today.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Oh, no watching yesterday. It was glorious.
Oh, I was listening to most of the show yesterday, driving back. And
you drove to Jersey?
Yeah, I drove, yeah.
That's not close.
Yeah.
I just assumed you flew, but the drive's not that bad.
It's like 8 hours, but it was like one of those things where by the time I went to buy a ticket, they were all really expensive again, and then I'd have to rent a car because there's not an airport near where we were in New Jersey, so it was like an hour drive from Philly, and none of us did a good job of coordinating anything, so I was just like, I'll just drive.
Once you hit the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you're stopping every 10 feet for a toll booth. So
no, because they have the ones you can drive through if you have the Easy Pass.
Yeah.
And I got the Easy Pass.
Good for you.
But still, they rake you over the coals because holy crap, the fees.
Yeah. Convenience fee.
How do we have a deficit when we have toll booths?
How do we have potholes when they charge as much as they do?
It's insane.
Yeah.
It cost me $600 to drive back and forth. Not really.
I know.
But,
$600.
It feels like it.
I was going to say, you should have flown. Hey, Mary Santora is here.
Hi, guys. No babies.
For the second day in a row.
Dude, kill it.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Make sure that you greet him as you would a long-lost family friend. If you'd like to join us telephonically, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text there. And as Bill mentioned, you can go to alancoxshow.com and hit us up for a variety of things. You were in Jersey for our friend Jim Tewes' wedding.
Yes, and it was...
He had some serious lettuce going on, boy.
What is lettuce?
His hair. He's got long hair.
Oh, he's got pretty long hair.
Yeah.
I was thinking, he's getting a lot of lettuce.
Where did you see that?
Not Poundcake lettuce.
Mary thought it too.
Hair lettuce. I know.
No, he's and it was such a fun weekend. Stayed in an Airbnb with some friends of the show, people that have been on before, Mike Polk and
I thought it was pronounced Airbnb.
It is.
Oh,
he's wrong.
I'm sorry.
We were at an Airbnb, and Zach Ryder. There's the funniest house competition.
Oh yeah.
Just everybody just being hilarious.
Who won?
Mike Polk's girlfriend.
It's never the ones you expect.
Yes, the quiet.
There's always a dark horse.
The quiet eye rolls were funnier than anything we said. Just the genuine, like, enough of you guys.
Just somebody go to bed.
So it was a bunch of you dudes and Polk's girlfriend?
Yeah, well, Dalton's wife was supposed to come, but she married Ryan. Kidding. But she...
she realized it was going to be a bunch of you guys cracking each other up.
She had to stay home with the dog.
Sit this one out.
And so she didn't come, but so it just... That's the only one of us that has a significant other.
Stay home with the dog. That is the weakest excuse I've ever heard.
Sick dog,
sick dog.
Sick dog.
Oh, that didn't.
He's old, yeah?
Yeah, old and not doing
well.
I
see.
Yeah.
I thought like in lieu of boarding the dog, she goes, I can't put the dog anywhere.
And it was
sick dog. Okay.
A literal last minute decision, and she really wanted to be there, but didn't work out. But we still had. It was great because Ryan comes to town from time to time, but anytime he's in Cleveland, it's always Ryan and a group of people. I don't get a lot of one-on-one time, so I got a lot of one-on-one time with Ryan Dalton, which was fantastic just to really sit down and chat with him. And then, I mean, all of my friends I haven't really seen a lot in the past couple of years. So it was a good time. We went mini golfing. Well, here's the thing. We're in Ocean City, New Jersey. Fun fact about this town. It is a dry town.
Ooh, fun.
And they don't tell you that. And you would think, for a city that has a body of water in its name, it would be a wet town.
Everyone's so thirsty.
Oh, my goodness. Just not. So you guys went to Congo Falls.
Well, we just brought all the booze that we could and just... like, I brought a handle of Tito's that was gone after, like, the first day and a half, and then Polk brought an entire bar. Dalton stopped at the liquor store that like is just before you get over the bridge. It's like, and it's like a line around the corner because that's how everybody gets their booze in there. They're just like, you load up at this liquor store, they make more money than God. Like that's our old boss.
God makes a lot of money, Poundcake.
Yeah, he's
very rich, very wealthy.
What's his net worth?
That's why they always got to raise money for him because God's very greedy.
It's not good with money.
But our old boss Keith Abrams was messaging me. He's like, "Oh, I go to the Ocean City every year for like 40 years," and he's like, "One regret, should have bought that liquor store."
Yeah, right.
Like you can buy that liquor store and just make money hand over fist.
Last stop for fun is what it should say. Yeah.
And then it was nice. The wedding was everything's Wawa out there. So they got married at a Wawa. We had dinner at a Wawa. We slept at a Wawa. Just all Wawa.
Wawa Airbnb.
Yeah.
Airbnb.
Wawa catered. It was delicious.
We did, just a lot of good times. Polk did the ceremony, and it was
he was the
so
officiant.
good. Yeah, he's married a few of our friends.
He married my sister and her husband.
That's right.
At Cedar Point.
At Cedar Point, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
And it was a touching, brief ceremony.
The best kind.
It's like 10 minutes long, and it was funny.
Where did
and
they get
cute.
married?
It's called the Flanders Hotel.
Okay.
And
stupid, sexy Flanders.
Stupid, sexy Flanders Hotel. And they had the whole floor of like, there's a banquet hall and a cute little, they call it the book room, was where the ceremony was. About, I want to say about 50, 60 people. So not a huge wedding.
Ironically, book room full of newspapers.
Yeah, that's right. Ocean City, dry town. Book room, not a book to be found.
Magazines.
That's right. Yeah.
Some celebrities there. Todd Barry was in attendance.
Really? Yeah. Hey guys, happy wedding.
Jim, Shanoa.
Hey.
I'll be the one that's whispering because Ramon didn't show up. But yeah, it was.
Where was he performing?
He was with Roy Wood Jr. at.
He was.
Yeah, in Peoria. So,
wow. All right. That's
you got to make your money, man.
Of course. That's a different. Those are two different energies.
And I did not. You had speculated like, oh, you're gonna check out the talent, see if there's some girl you could hook up with, and boy, was there not.
Well, it's a dry town.
Yeah,
wrong town to maybe hook up in with nobody's got booze.
I mean, there was tons of booze at the wedding. Like, there's not.
Oh, you mean at the wedding?
The wedding, everything was, Well, that's what you were saying the whole time.
Well, you just said check out the town. I didn't know you. If you meant
talent.
You were,
I thought.
Talent.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
At the wedding, you'd be like, I'm gonna hook up at the wedding, and because even Shanoa, like Jim's wife, she works in comedy. She's a manager, so it's just a bunch of comics. And
Todd Barry was at the wedding.
Yeah.
I thought you meant you saw him at the hotel.
No.
I'm very confused at what's going on. Okay.
You don't listen to the show, Alan.
He was at. I'm right here listening. So he was at the wedding.
Yeah, I said, Todd Barry was there when I was talking about being at the wedding.
Right. I thought you meant
celebrities were at the wedding.
Right.
Like Todd Barry.
I thought you meant
Dave
you
Hill.
ran into him at the hotel, the Flanders Hotel.
No.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I'm back on track.
And I did not hook up with anybody, but I did hear you. Do you still have the clip from yesterday of the Malcolm McDowell? Not Malcolm McDowell. Malik McDowell.
Malik McDowell and his big load.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it.
Can you get that queued up? Because
sure.
I did go on a date last night.
Oh.
And because I had been in a house with 4 other people and wasn't, cleaning out the pipes. You may now play the clip.
Oh, that's a big load!
Oh, wow. All right. Wait, so there was somebody.
Yes, but that was at home. That was back here in Cleveland.
Back here.
Yes.
Boy,
Is this
that's a big load!
Well, is that a like a dating app hookup, or have you been out with this person before?
We went out once before, But it's just social media, but not a dating app. We just like what what the other one was saying on social media and started talking. And now we've gone out a couple times.
It's a like and comment relationship.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I gotcha.
But yeah. And
So
then
you get back into town, you go, need some action.
I get back into town. I'm like, hey, it's been a long week. You want to come over and we'll have dinner and watch some football? Oh, we watched Candyman.
She'll have dinner.
Yeah.
Maybe you could throw me a retweet, if you know what I'm saying?
Candyman, yeah, right?
Because we wanted to watch a spooky movie,
Yeah,
which I'd never seen the
spooky.
original. And,
Oh, you didn't?
And I watched it last night.
What, you watched the original last night or the new one?
The original last night.
Scary, huh?
It's real creepy. Like
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be a lot more jump scares, but it is just an ominous movie.
It's super gory, too.
It's weird. It's a weird movie. Yeah, the bees. I don't like the bees in the mouth because also
That's a big load!
they don't have a big load of bees that are CGI'd onto the people. They're using real bees.
They're using bees,
Real
yeah.
bees. Yeah.
Along the lines of Big Load, I saw my boyfriend for the first time last night in over a week. 10 days since the last time we had seen each other. So, high five, Bill.
That's a big load!
Oh, congratulations. You guys and Malika McDowell are all hanging out together.
He laid down the sledgehammer.
Yeah!
Oh, that's a big load! Malik McDowell comes through and drops the sledgehammer.
Drops the sledgehammer. Right. All right. Well, congratulations for all of the loads.
Oh, it's
and the weddings and what a weekend of unfettered romance. Fantastic. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna pivot from that, and I'm gonna take a break. And if you want to get a text in 35192 to do that, and we'll be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox
816-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text there. And you can watch live again today. Bill is back, so the live stream is up. Thank you to Fenry Corbin Wink for helping out. Fenry.
Fenry.
I thought that was a Henry at first.
There's Fenrys all over the Jersey Shore.
I was going to say, Ocean City is probably lousy with Fenrys.
Yes, replete with Henrys. And
Corbin Winks in every direction. So you can watch that there. Cavaliers are off tonight and tomorrow and Thursday. Still preseason, but they will be playing in Indiana against the Pacers on Friday. And the Tampa Bay Rays are not going to make it to the World Series as they got knocked out in Boston, for people who were paying attention to October ball. My White Sox might get knocked out today.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
If they're down 1-2 in that series against the cheating Houston Astros.
That's the thing, is I also hate I think I hate the Astros more than the White Sox because of the cheating. And then them beating us a few times in the past few years in the playoffs. So
yeah, White Sox Astros are playing as we speak, so I'm keeping one eye on that. But the Tampa Bay Rays, in addition to winning over 100 games, they couldn't make it all the way. They got, I think from the beginning of the season, people were hoping that the Tampa Bay Rays would make it back to the World Series, at least people there. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know if they were all that worried about it. They are the team that gets to the World Series, and people still don't go to their games.
Right.
I don't think they have a crazy fandom there.
No, I don't think they do either. But
not for that sport. For football,
yeah,
all about it. Hockey, they're back-to-back NHL champions. But I don't think and that's why they're going to become the Expos, right?
Yeah, right. The Tampa Bay Expo, the Montreal Bay Expos.
Mm-hmm. On Saturday when I was in San Francisco, the Giants and the Dodgers were playing in a playoff game. And I think it was like 6 o'clock or something. It was a little bit early because it was before our show started. And when we were walking to the club, just walking down the street, you could hear people erupting from bars and things like that, because I didn't realize how big of a rivalry that was. And also that they both had done like crazy well this year, because we're walking and I didn't even know the game was going on.
Especially since the 49ers lost. So everybody was keeping their eyes on that.
I was just like, what is happening in here? And it was wild. Just the electricity in the whole city that night was crazy.
But did it make your hair stand up as you walked by?
It was like when you go to the Science Center and you put your hands on the thing. Yeah. You just walk past the bar, put your hands on the window.
Hey, there's all this electricity here. What's going on? Well, the guy getting all of the attention is this guy, Ryan Tepera, who has only been with the White Sox for a few months. He used to be with the Cubs. And that's the upside of a two-team town like Chicago, is you don't have to sell your condo. You can just go from one team to the other. But the Houston Astros are his hometown team, and he accused them of still cheating. I mean, he was kind of making, snarky comments about it. But he's getting a lot of attention because, he doesn't call them cheaters, but people refer to, it's always going to be an albatross now around the Astros' neck, that anytime something goes hinky, something go, well, you know what they're known for. Did it once. They play.
Once a cheater, always a cheater.
How come it's a different result when they're at home? Minute Maid Park.
It's a different game here at our field. You play at Minute Maid, and they're doing something over there that's a little different. It shows you how many swings and misses they had tonight compared to at Minute Maid.
They struck out 16 times in the previous two games, but then 16 times tonight. Do you think something else is going on still, or?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. They've obviously had a reputation of, doing some sketchy stuff over there, and we can say that it's a little bit of a difference. I think you saw the swings and misses tonight compared to, the first two games at Minute Maid.
Don't you just sound like a sore loser, though, if you're doing that? Like, if you're constantly, anytime something doesn't go your way, you're like, well, it's the Astros, what are you going to do? I mean, I remember when Ryan Tepera was pitching for the Lansing Lugnuts 10 years ago. So this guy's bounced around a little bit, but he was with the Cubs for a little while, and he's only been with the White Sox since the summertime.
Hold on to your lug nuts. It's time for an off-speed pitch.
We're getting nutty.
Yeah. So are the Astros cheating? Some people would like you to think that. But,
I mean, even if you just get in their heads, I think it could be a strategy to be like, oh, if you guys aren't cheating, then there's nothing to worry about. I think it can be a bit of a strategy to make them play the game even, just with that in their head. I don't want people to think I'm cheating. I better not strike out.
Yeah.
Or strike out. I don't know.
Well, those
intentionally throw it so that people don't think you're cheating.
Those Buccaneers, boy, they murdered the Dolphins. So never count Tom Brady out. You do it at your own peril.
They call them Sunkiss because they murdered the Dolphins.
Yeah. That's right. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to call us there and leave a message anytime you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. As a drummer, could you give a quick rundown as what makes a great drummer? If listening to some Tool, know that the drummer of Tool, Danny Carey, is amazing. Could you give a little bit of info as to what makes him amazing? Because I can't pinpoint it, and it's awesome. So thank you very much. Have a great night. Bye.
A little bit of info as to what makes Danny Carey amazing.
Let me take this one, Alan.
Please
as
do.
A drumming expert.
Please do.
It's
Your
all
boyfriend's
about-
a drummer? I'm sure
Yeah.
you've picked up some things.
It's all about where and how you hit the hi-hat. That is the most important.
That is true. Wherever you got that high hack. I've been watching a documentary. I was up late last night watching this documentary on drummers called Count Me In. That's on Netflix. And if you're a drummer or
trying to learn about drummers.
Or trying to learn, they interview a lot of older drummers like Ian Pace from Deep Purple and Topper Headon from The Clash and some other people I'm unfamiliar with, some younger drummers who by and large tend to be female for some of these bands, which is great. And they're all kind of throwing in on, their influences. And so for somebody who's not a drummer, it's probably really boring. Danny Carey hasn't shown up in it yet, but I don't know. Danny Carey, he throws in a lot of, his signatures are a lot of those African rhythms. He clearly listened to a lot of Police growing up because Stuart Copeland was a guy that was known for doing that too. And anytime I have Stuart Copeland on the show, I always gush and fanboy all over him. And all he has ever said is that basically it's like, if you learn to kind of play some things backwards, that's how you can make your style sound different. But, I played the drums for 2 or 3 years before I ever took lessons. So most of my initial learning was like a lot of other people. They just start banging on stuff and learning how to put things together. And I'm a pretty good drummer. I'm not a great drummer. I mean, I'm just rusty. But I'm pretty good. I can sit in with anybody and I can make things happen and,
Do you have a drum set at home, like set up?
Not set up. It's stacked. No. But it's...
He tried to sell it.
Huh?
And he tried to sell it, but never...
Yeah, early on, but I was glad it didn't sell because I probably would have eventually been really bummed. But your one and only job if you're a drummer is to keep the time. Everything else is gravy. You just keep the time. Well, that's all it is.
That's why I think of George Michael Bluth from Arrested Development. He was a percussionist. He played the woodblock. And
that's right.
He is very punctual, and that is because he shows up on time. That's what makes him a naturally good percussionist.
Because he's on time.
Because he's on time.
That's right. Yeah. All you have to do is listen. Yeah, once you get your triple stroke rolls on that woodblock, you're off to the races. So everybody's kind of got their own thing. That's why this documentary is so fun to watch because it just highlights all these different styles. Obviously, there are your signposts. There are your John Bonhams and your Keith Moons. And, you're going for people who were able to go back to, like, jazz drummers like, Art Blakey and Elvin Jones and stuff like that.
And Animal from the Muppets,
And Animal from the Muppets. We got our daughter to watch Muppets Haunted Mansion the other night on Disney+. And I was upset. It was very Gonzo-centric. It was Gonzo and Pepe. He's not a shrimp. He's a king prawn. I think his name's Pepe. Yeah, it was very Gonzo-centric. I mean,
usually Gonzo's hanging out with Rizzo, the rat.
Right.
So that's a little departure there.
Yeah. And it took a little bit of cajoling because I think my daughter thought that it was going to be scary. And we're like, it's the Muppets. You're going to be fine.
It's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay. Nothing bad happens. And it's funny. And, so they had a lot of, like, human guest stars in it. Pat Sajak is in the thing for reasons unknown to me. And it's under an hour, But it's not billed as being Gonzo-centric. Will Arnett has a big role in it, and I love him. Speaking of Arrested Development. But
if you knew it was Gonzo-centric, you wouldn't have watched.
Well, we watched it for our daughter because we're always clicking around looking for something that, like, she can watch and won't make us bash our heads in.
Right.
Right? Because if she wants to go on a Loud House marathon, we've seen them all a billion times.
Right.
So I don't want to crush in my own skull because I got to come to work the next day. And that would severely inhibit the way that I can do my job.
What do you have against Gonzo? I find Gonzo to be one of the more enjoyable Muppets.
I have nothing against Gonzo. Just didn't realize, I was under the impression that it was going to be like the ensemble throughout the whole thing. And it wasn't. There was a beginning with a bunch of Muppets, but they're calling Gonzo from a party, and then you don't see them again until the end. So the story, spoiler, is mostly Gonzo going off on his own thing. Love Gonzo, a little post-credits, mid-credits scene there with Statler and Waldorf. But I always think of these Muppets movies or specials as being the ensemble, if you will. And it wasn't that. It was Gonzo-centric.
Does Gonzo look like Grover with a bigger nose?
Yes, because my daughter initially said, "Oh, Grover," and I said, "No, Gonzo."
I was like trying to picture. I was like,
"No, you idiot! What kind of dummy are you?"
Yeah, that's what I said.
Grover, that's Gonzo.
I said, just for that, I'm taking away your popcorn, and I'm going to eat it, and you're going to watch me eat it. I'm going to pause the movie while we do that.
Moron. There's a.
She doesn't like it when I call her a moron.
It's not about what she likes. It's about what she needs to know.
Yeah, she doesn't take kindly to that.
Say hello to my ass.
There was a Muppets. There's a Muppets, like another version of the Muppet Show on Disney Plus that had these Swedish chef segments from last year. It was like right at the beginning of quarantine is when I watched it, and they were coming out weekly on Disney Plus, and god damn, those were funny. I think I talked about like the one where he didn't want the Uber driver to get tipped. For whatever reason, the Swedish chef's like,
is a children's?
Yes, he's like,
don't tip the Uber driver.
But he's in that Swedish, no tip. It's so stupid.
Weird.
Yeah, well, he plays kind of a dick, so it's very funny.
Yeah, there are the asides that parents can chuckle, and it doesn't matter if the kid gets it or not.
Right.
There's enough of that. But I again didn't know it was going to be so Gonzo-centric.
Right.
Not that big of a deal. Hey, Special K.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
What's going on, man?
Hey, all right, so totally agree. Timing. One of my favorite drummers. I like the band a lot. Widespread Panic.
Okay.
They have a drummer, or they had a drummer. He just recently passed away, but he also left the band prior to him passing away. But his name was Todd Nance.
Yeah. He just died like a year ago.
He sure did.
Yeah.
And he was so good because I agree with you on just keeping the timing. The guy, it was like effortless to him. He just kept the timing, and it was just so good. He hardly even moved, and then I don't know. I just really
drumming. I mean, drumming's all in the wrist. There are guys who love to go bananas. Like Stephen Perkins from Jane's Addiction is a great drummer, but he's moving and flailing and doing because that's his thing. But you can also sit there and play everything with just your wrists. But
I loved it. But I'm going to agree with you. My favorite drummer of all time, even though I am not a drummer, I like to fool around with the string instruments. But Stuart Copeland. I mean, I heard his name, but once he joined this band for about a year with the front man of Fish and Les Claypool called Oysterhead.
Oysterhead, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Once I saw an Oysterhead concert and then just kept listening, Stuart Copeland, I mean, I'm getting chills right now just thinking about him playing, and he is just so freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I'm surprised. You're lucky. They did about 5 Oysterhead shows. You're lucky you saw one of those.
Well, it's awesome because Oysterhead is coming back. They're going to be playing the Sweetwater 420 Fest.
Yeah! All right, man. I get it.
So I will definitely be going down there for that to see that. But before I was introduced to Stuart Copeland, Ginger Baker was definitely my favorite drummer of all time.
Yeah, Ginger Baker is featured relatively prominently in this documentary on Netflix called Count Me In. And,
I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah, I would check it out. I mean, even if you're not a drummer, there's probably something you can glean from it because, I mean, they, again, it's 99% for drummers, but it's very interesting. So, yeah, I would check it out.
I do have a dream, though. I'm always wanting to go to some local show here in the Cleveland area, and I want to see you on a kid. That would just be a phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's maybe it'll happen, Special K.
Awesome, brother.
Maybe it'll happen. All right, thank you, pal. Hey, Woody. Hey, Woody. Does Woody just cut out from the jump because he's out there at the lake? Woody called yesterday. He was like, hey, Woody. All right, I'm not hearing any Woody, but yeah. So anyway, if you are a drummer, and I haven't finished this documentary, so I'm interested to know, but there are about half a dozen people that they go back to for kind of B-roll, talking about their influences and things, and a lot of it is Stephen Perkins and Ian Pace from Deep Purple and Topperhead and guys like that.
References to some of the greats like Roy Donk or Marcus the Worm Hicks or Tiny Boop Squig Shortly.
You mean those old blues drummers?
Yeah, from the Colgate Hour.
Yeah, the Colgate Hour. Yeah, well, he's no Roy Donk, right? He's a who was the sax player on the Colgate Hour though? It was oh God, who was Offerman? Who was the sax? It was Nick Offerman. What was his alter ego on Parks and Rec?
Oh, why don't I remember this?
Isn't that what Roy Donk is from?
No, Roy Donk is from I Think You Should Leave.
Buddy Love.
No. Oh, I watched that last night too, and I was sitting there half the time dead quiet, and the other half howling.
Yeah,
there's no middle ground.
I agree with that.
Between in what?
You're sitting there dead quiet, going, "God, this is stupid," or I'm howling.
No, what were you watching?
Duke Silver. I think you should leave that Tim Robinson thing on Netflix.
Show. It's
really uneven. I mean, the Lonely Island guys all produced it. I mean, everybody involved with it. I love anytime Sam Richardson pops up. It was the Buff Boy competition, and
so there's the goose suits. Got to goose up a bit.
There's just funny, dumb stuff in it, but you have to be in the mood.
It can't be Troll Boy. You understand that, right, Troll Boy?
He's in the Ghost Tour.
Oh man, the Ghost Tour.
Bill showed me that Ghost Tour. It was like 6 minutes. I didn't laugh one time, and he's crying. And
that's a big load.
He's like, "Isn't this great?" I was like, "This is the most uncomfortable thing I think I've ever watched. I hate this so much."
I fully understand that too. There's some of them that go on way too long. The one with the pants goes on way too long with Mike O'Brien, where he sets up the fake website to replicate pants that have pea spots on them.
Yeah.
I mean, so
you gotta give.
You gotta give.
But that's the thing. It's like then, every once in a while, I'll just see one of my friends that I know likes that show, and you just walk up to him and you go, "Did you give?" And that's it. And that's our whole interaction.
The more complicated the patterns on the shirt, the more expensive it is.
Dan Flashes. He spent all his money at Dan Flashes.
It is really stupid.
It's so stupid.
But it's almost genius in its stupidity. Yeah. You can't say that about everything.
I disagree.
No, and I think Gwen feels the same way. She's I'm not into this. And she's,
I understand why you don't.
Yeah.
It's just not for everybody, but it makes me ridiculously happy rewatching these sketches. And then the Bob Odenkirk one.
Good. I'm glad you like it.
Oh, God, it makes me laugh.
I literally watch it and go, "Who is this for?"
It's for me.
Who is so... And it is you. You're the only person I think of where I'm like, who's watching this?
Well, what struck me is I was sitting there going, Netflix paid for all this. They paid for crews. When he goes into the mall for the prank show and he's got the costume on, he goes, "I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be around." What, you mean you don't want to live? It's a very, very niche kind of comedy, boy. If you go too far one way or the other,
and there are
you
some
hate it.
Definite turd sketches. You're just like, this one's not doing it. But
The Bones Are Their Money is the only one that made me laugh. And I've probably watched 15 of them.
Well, that's because I think he sold you on it too. I mean, when it is.
That was the first one he showed me, and I was like, "Oh, this is great." And then the more we watched, the farting toilet, and I was like, "This is
just for farts."
I was like, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever
seen." The hot dog
seen.
vacuum.
It's so stupid.
Well, season 1's got some gems too.
Yeah. Well, they probably won't even do a season 3.
Yeah.
Grabbed the preacher's daughter. He aimed to shoot her at my crown. He cocked that crooked hammer back and he brought that hammer down. Exactly. The bones of the
Exactly. That's
Exactly. Up, but not out. All right. Anyway, if you just tuned in and have no clue what we're talking about, 2 things you should check out on Netflix: the drummer documentary "Count Me In" and "I Think You Should Leave," starring Tim Robinson, formerly of Saturday Night Live. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100. You have 937 messages, all of which are marked urgent.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Not Keith Moon playing on this Who song, but he's featured prominently in that documentary I was talking about. A lot of people hit me up about the coroner out in Teton County finally coming across with the coroner's report on Gabby Petito. Said that she died by strangulation. I don't know that anybody is surprised by that.
Well, strangulation.
They still can't find this. They still can't find this Brian Laundrie guy.
Damn, where could he?
He's dead. I think so.
I don't think he's dead.
He might be.
I think he's dead.
I mean, early on, people thought they might have seen him here and there, and I think that they had determined that he had used her debit card at some point.
You think he killed himself?
Yeah.
The speculation now is that did his parents help him, or did he? Apparently, Dog the Bounty Hunter was out there looking for him before he twisted his ankle.
No. He twisted his ankle? Oh, man. It's a tough job, man. It is. It's not an easy
Dog
job.
the Bounty Hunter
dangerous.
twisted his ankle. He goes, my team is still following leads. Okay.
When we were out, my sister and I are out on the West Coast, and we're driving through Oregon and like Northern California, you don't think how big those national parks are. And if this is a guy who can survive in the wilderness, I don't think it's out of the question that he could just be living in the woods.
How big? Long time to find him.
How big are we talking?
Dude,
Huge.
It's like hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles of redwood forest. If a guy got in the middle of it and set up a little camp, you'd never find him. Off of a trail? No way.
It's not thousands of miles of redwood forest.
I'm saying, but of the national parks across the country, you know where he is.
I mean, with
like,
all the
you'd have to you would have to happen upon him.
Right. It would have to be an accident. There's no way you can track someone in that type of wilderness.
And with all the drones we have and all the heat detectors that we have, like I don't understand how we couldn't find somebody.
Well, first you have to know where do you start?
You gotta know where to look. That's
I mean, you could have your heat-seeking drone over here, but he's over here.
If he starts a fire, it's
and
a wrap.
He covers himself in mud.
Yeah, mud's a
like
big
Rambo.
one.
Yeah. Not Rambo. Predator.
Well, Rambo did it too.
Well, Rambo
covered
did
himself
it for a different reason.
He did. He wanted to cool down his body temperature so the heat-seeking alien couldn't find him. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Rambo just did it to be a cool guy.
He did it to blend in.
Yeah, so we could camouflage, so we could stab a guy from a tree. Yeah. Oh, speaking of the West Coast, thank you to Chris, who is our Humboldt County bureau chief. He's out there in Redland, California. You probably went through down the 101.
Did.
You went through Redland, right?
I went to Humboldt County, spent some time. I had some breakfast in Humboldt County.
I think he's working on a big weed farm out there, but he sent me a nice package here with a note that says, you've mentioned being left out of the license plate name tag novelty item world. I hope this helps. I've been looking every time I hit a truck stop. Hate the show. Miss you guys. Steve. And he was kind enough to get me a California license plate with my little name on it there.
Nice.
The Golden State. And a little keychain there with my name from New Mexico. Route 66. And New Mexico, land of enchantment. And if you've ever been to New Mexico... my paternal grandmother lived in Deming, New Mexico for many years, and I didn't find it all that enchanting, but I'll take their word for it that it is, in fact, the land of enchantment.
Because you don't believe in anything like that.
That's true.
I believe...
Any mystical stuff or anything.
Well, enchantment, I can be enchanted by something, but still not have any other
New Mexico? If you can't be enchanted by New Mexico, then I don't think you're getting enchanted by anything.
I've been enchanted by regular old Mexico before. Been there many times.
But not the
Varied.
Kirk?
Huh?
Albuquerque? You're not getting enchanted by the Kirk? I think that's what they call it.
The ABQ? Yeah, the Kirk.
I think they
is
call
what
it the Kirk.
I love everything out there. Like, just the Wild Wild West, just the Red Rock Mountains.
Wiki.
Like, I drove through New Mexico, and I went to, like, there was, like, just a Sonic in the middle of nowhere on Route 66.
That's amazing.
No, but it was just so quaint. I'm like, where do you guys go? Like you were.
His land of enchantment is a
Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic.
No.
I was in the middle of nowhere, and I saw a fast food restaurant.
No.
It was amazing.
It was
stopped
so
at
odd.
there was a Chick-fil-A in Truth or Consequences, and we jumped right in. It was fantastic.
It was just like 10 miles in every direction, like, and the Sonic was in the middle of nowhere, just along the freeway. So we stopped and we took pictures of the mountains, and I was like, this is really cute. I see why this stays in business, because it's a scenic place.
Sonic, yes.
It's a scenic Sonic.
It's scenic Sonic.
Uh-huh. That's what the song says. Get your chicken nuggets on Route 66. So the coroner in Wyoming has confirmed that Gabby Petito died by strangulation.
That you have to hate somebody so much to strangle them to death. That's not a quick thing
That's
to
a
do.
long
Or love them
death.
so much.
Or love them so much when you see the light go out in their eyes.
Well, I just
Oh,
say,
God.
like, if you're loving them and they're into that, and you go, I was
doubt
doing this
it
for
was
you,
that.
and then, you go a little too far.
Oh, now what do I do? Oh, wake up, my love. Yeah, well, that sucks. Again, I don't think that anyone is surprised to find that out or confirmed. I don't think there was any, information leaks so regularly with stories that high profile that there was no indication that she had died of blunt force trauma or anything like that.
that's what I was holding out hope for.
You were holding out for blunt force trauma.
That maybe
come
she
on,
tripped
skull crushed in.
Maybe she tripped and fell and hit her head on a rock or something. That there was an innocent
No, then why wouldn't
explanation.
then he could easily go get the cops and
I
go,
don't
look what
know,
happened. Oh my God,
Alan.
look what happened.
Are you
No.
implying that she can't trip and fall and accidentally get
asphyxiate?
strangled?
No. I mean, maybe if there was like a long shrub on the side of a mountain that caught her neck. I don't know, maybe, but that
side of a mountain.
It happens more often than you think.
Alan, the reason they don't use heat seeker technology to find people in the national parks is they would find more Bigfoot than purposely missing people. That is an issue. You don't want to confuse the Bigfoot with Brian Laundrie. Imagine this, though. Perhaps he comes across a dead Sasquatch and then tauntauns it, right? Night gets chilly. He climbs inside that, scoops out the insides, and he's sleeping inside that squatch hide.
Ugh. Lives in its carcass.
Night in, night out. Well, but that way he's able to evade that heat seeker technology because the carcass itself would be cool.
But he would be hot
warm.
inside of it.
Huh?
He would be hot inside of it.
In those cool Grand Teton nights, which I think was the Boz Scaggs album that followed up Silk Degrees.
Bigfoot is cold.
Yeah, well, right. That's Boz Scaggs' Ode to Ohio, as I recall, right? To lead up, whoa.
Oh.
We should all be singers.
Alan Epstein accidentally tripped and fell and strangled himself.
See?
You're
happens
right.
all the
That's
time.
why you should never tie a bedsheet around your neck right after they've waxed the floors, because something bad can happen.
It is a silly thing to do.
Something bad can happen.
What if Epstein? What if we're just making much to do about nothing? Like, what if Epstein really did kill himself? And all these,
That
all these
still,
poor people are being
wouldn't be
tormented?
nothing. What do you mean much ado about nothing?
I'm just saying.
And how much ado are we making about it?
Some people think it's a
25%
conspiracy.
ado, and
They always throw in the Clintons for some damn reason.
because he's in pictures with them.
Yeah.
It's Clinton and Bill Gates and Trump. They're all like they're the four musketeers in those
all
pictures.
these
What are
very
you talking
fine
about?
people being tormented just because
Tormented? They were all there on Pedo Island with him.
allegedly.
No, they're in photographs.
Those
And
pictures
ledgers, like they were on the island.
Yes,
Like,
they were
in
all
the
there.
planes,
could
yeah.
be a deep fake. Anybody can mimic a signature.
In 1992.
Allegedly.
Those redwood forests are so dense that people used to climb up to the top and splice weed plants onto the branches. Nobody's the wiser. All right.
We didn't do that. We climbed inside of them. We screamed, "I'm living for me." We yelled boobs.
You yelled boobs?
So that was our little homage to our dad. His favorite part of
The woman's body was the boobs?
yes, yeah. It's
He
upsetting that I know that,
He
but
liked when a woman dumped him out.
really like just flopping them out. No, in
Dump those boobs out.
in Mr. Deeds, when they're all screaming in the echo room of the mansion, and the old man comes out and he's like, boobs! That my dad would do that, and he thought it was the funniest thing. So my sister yelled boobs.
Oh, that's a big load!
Brian Laundrie, if he's alive, is definitely going to say it was her thing sexually and it all went too far, somebody says. Listen, I think if any of that were true, you don't sexually run. You go get the cops.
And at least explain yourself.
People are into all kinds of weird stuff. You take her clothes off. You know, why were you guys having sex on a rock?
She's a
she was
geologist.
Geologist, that's right. It was her thing. In the Washington National Parks, it's literally illegal to harass a Bigfoot. Well, good. I have no problem with Sasquatch being a protected class.
But what is harassment?
Huh?
You know, because I feel like everybody's got different, and especially like in the eyes of the law, you can do a lot of stuff before it's classified as harassment.
True.
You ever
great ass
known anybody
heckling
that's gotten like harassed by a significant other or something like that? It takes a while before you can really
do anything.
And so if you're just like, hey, Bigfoot, boobs, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot's got a big butt.
Yeah, that's technically not harassment.
It's not?
Nope.
Telephonic harassment?
Nope.
Yeah, so heckling is probably okay. You just you want to make sure you don't. You want to make sure you don't cross over into the harassment line, because there is such a thing as verbal harassment. So you should really. I'll just say this because Bill brings up a good point. If you're going to find yourself in a national park, you should inform yourself and avail yourself of whatever the law is in that particular state with respect to verbal harassment of Sasquatch.
Do you know that Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan are like the three places where Sasquatch has been seen the most, other than California, Washington, and Canada?
Well, yeah, because everybody out here is drinking from the same pump. Like, they're looking around, but we don't. Why would it be in this part of the Midwest?
Well, that's what we looked up, because we're like, my sister was like, does Sasquatch live out here? I was like, he might actually, and we looked it up, and it was like Washington, Oregon, California is where he's been sighted the most, and then it was literally Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, like right along the Great Lakes, and they're saying he swims over from Canada.
What about swims from Canada is the explanation.
Sometimes.
Huh.
There's dude,
they're migratory?
You can get into some of these crazy
There's like a SEAL Team 6 of Squatches coming through,
if you just
stealing
Google,
everything out of Poundcake's lakefront mansion.
Right. If you just Google, like, where does Sasquatch live, and then go to page 12 on Google, and you will find some of the most... We had a long
Where
time.
does Sasquatch live?
Wild theories that people have.
So is the Loch Ness Monster, is that American, or is that like another...
How stupid are you?
Bill!
Do you know where Loch Ness is?
He thought Loch Ness was its name.
Yeah, I thought it was his name.
His name? First of all, it's a gal. Do you know where Loch Ness? You never heard not Toll Booth Willie, Groundskeeper Willie talking about Loch Ness? I'm coming out of the booth!
Toll Booth Willie is a Adam Sandler sketch, right?
Oh, yes. You're right.
Yeah.
No.
Loch Ness is in Scotland.
Gotcha.
It's a deep freshwater loch. Right? It's called Loch Ness.
Yes.
Loch is a body of water.
Okay. Yeah, no, didn't know that.
Nessie for short.
Nessie.
It's not America.
Okay, well then now I know.
But now he knows.
Question.
Yeah,
now
that's fine.
he knows.
He asked the question.
Right?
Where did you think it was in a Great Lake? Or?
No, I just feel like all the videos I've seen is just like, it's a Loch Ness, whatever looks mysterious in a body of water. Someone's like, it's a Loch Ness Monster. It's not a Bigfoot. It's not a Sasquatch.
Well, no, those people are stupid if they're using Loch Ness Monster as the generic term for a sea serpent that they think is popping up.
Well, where does Sasquatch come from? Is there a Sass Italy or something like that? Like, I didn't know. I didn't know where these names come from.
Hey! How did I get over to Ohio?
I'm from the Squatch.
I did a leap.
I do a leap. Over Lake Huron. How did this happen?
I think there's different versions of
Dua Lipa.
Sasquatch in different parts of the world. There's the Yeti. There's Chupacabra.
Yes.
Chupacabra's not a Sasquatch.
Chupacabra is not a Sasquatch.
But I'm talking about the legends.
Oh, yeah,
of like fictional animals.
They all have their beasts.
The Yeti is the abominable snowman. It's like just the North Pole version of the Bigfoot. The Loch Ness Monster is specifically named for that geographic region.
And it's a water horse or something.
I think it's a tardigrade with a big long neck.
Okay, so I never knew that. See, I always thought Loch Ness Monster was just Loch Ness was his name.
You thought Loch Ness was the name.
I knew that immediately. As soon as he asked if it was in America, I was like, he thought Loch Ness was its name.
It's funny.
Hello, I'm Loch Ness Monster.
I was listening yesterday when he's like pirate radio out in the lake, and I was like, he thinks, and then like
That's what
Mary,
I said, yeah.
and then Mary immediately, I'm like, thank you, please.
He thinks that means you're broadcasting from the lake. It's
Ooh, it feels so good.
I have a feeling that comes from the movie Pirate Radio, which I don't even know if you've seen, but you may have.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
No, I like him.
Okay, so
no.
Unfortunately, he's not making any more movies.
I know, it's
he's
sad.
retired.
I was like
Retired.
really strangely attracted to Philip Seymour Hoffman. I don't
Because he was a fantastic actor.
I think that's what it was.
And a heroin addict.
He was
so
pretty
good.
close to being a fat ginger.
He was not.
He was fat.
Man, I thought we
He
were
was
over
blonde.
that joke. It's been a couple months, and then
Bring it back when you need it.
I saw him in whatever Mission Impossible he was in.
Oh, where he's the bad guy.
And I was like, and I was like, ooh, why do I like him? He's like not even close to something
But
I'm
he was
normally
great
attracted to. He
in
was
that.
so good.
Yeah, he's great in everything.
Because he's intense.
Yeah.
Tell me
Very
a Philip
intense.
Seymour Hoffman movie that he's not good in. Even stinky movies. Even movies that sucked.
Even
Charlie
Twister.
Wilson's War. He was great in everything. Yeah, Boogie Nights. He wants to make out with Mark Wahlberg.
You want to make out with me?
You
Can I make out with you? Idiot.
Oh, he's great.
Oh, that scene is so uncomfortable.
Yes.
But it is so good.
He's in The Hunger Games.
Yep.
Yes.
He's in Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, which is a great
I know that
underrated movie that opens with a naked Marissa Tomei. And
He's
yeah.
got to be in one. He's got to be bad in one movie.
You think he's bad in a movie?
I mean,
He's like Stanley Tucci. They don't do bad work. There might be some, it's not your fault if the movie stinks. That's up to the editor.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's great in everything.
Yeah, when he died, I was like, man, I had like just discovered him. I know that sounds stupid, but he wasn't really on my radar, and I was only seeing a couple movies with him in it, and then he died, and I was like, well,
Poundcake just thought the Loch Ness Monster was that. So,
yeah,
you don't
that's
sound stupid right now.
He played Art Howe in Moneyball. He had a little cameo in that movie, right? Yeah, Mission Impossible 3. He was in Strangers with Candy. Maybe that little cameo in that movie.
The Invention of Lying, he was funny in that.
man, I've actually seen a lot of these.
Yeah, he's great.
Red Dragon, Patch Adams.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Twister.
Yeah, he's a Twister. He's funny in Twister.
Lebowski. He's the right-hand man in Lebowski.
But he plays like a butler almost, doesn't he? Is he like
he's
slicked back?
Yeah,
and,
he's like Mr.
I
Lebowski's
don't like
right-hand
that,
man
yeah.
or whatever. He's Lester Bangs in Almost Famous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good in that.
Yeah. 25th Hour, another great underrated movie where Ed Norton has to go to jail.
I feel like
Spike
I've
Lee
seen
directed
that.
it. Yeah, that's a great movie.
That's a very good movie.
Bill and I also had something in common. We both saw Rolling Coal in real life.
Yeah.
I just saw that driving home from work. I was talking about this yesterday on Friday. The Rolling Coal.
I saw it just outside of Philadelphia. Like while we're in Philadelphia traffic, and this guy's rolling coal, and man, the amount of women just so turned on by him.
Yeah.
It was making the road slick.
Uh-huh.
They're throwing their panties at him because it's so cool.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
It's pretty cool.
It's really, really cool. You don't, you see it in a YouTube video and you're like, that's pretty cool. But then when you see it in person,
That's why,
man.
That's why not only
Awesome.
There's a double hazard because not only could that screw people up, but all of the cars pulling off to the side from the women that need to service themselves right then and there on the spot.
That's what the traffic jam is probably from. Is just this guy driving by. This guy be like, I can't please all you ladies, so you're just gonna have to take care of yourself.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
It's the only way.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it had been that it taken that long for me to see it in real life.
I think it's crazy that we both saw it on the same weekend.
I know,
because I'd
it is
never seen
wild.
it before either. But man, again, just a cool guy.
Were you
It
all
has
slipping in the pants?
safe to say it has the desired effect.
It's more of a women want to be with him, men want to be him. So it's more like I'm jealous of how awesome he is.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Did you immediately put in a chew and start?
No, I just looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, you are such a cuck compared to that guy.
Little pinch
You
between the cheek
suck.
and gums.
You suck. You're not cool. You're driving a Chevy Sonic. Can't roll coal in a Chevy Sonic.
You should try.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
You see Bill attach 2 giant mufflers to the top of his Chevy Sonic.
Is that aftermarket? What is that?
Thing gotta hear me?
Hey, Roman.
Hey, guys. How are we? Hate the show.
What's going on, man?
Not too much. I wanted to see we're still on the Philip Seymour Hoffman talk, wanted to ask if you guys have ever seen the movie Happiness.
Yes.
Oh, God, yes.
Wow, yes.
That's a very uncomfortable movie, yes.
Extremely uncomfortable, also extremely hilarious if you like dark comedies.
Is that the one where...
John Lovitz is in it.
No, what's the one where
himself.
Selma Blair is throwing the N-word at the guy? That's not Happiness, is it?
I don't remember. I haven't seen it in
Oh,
a
okay.
long time. I just remember...
Happiness is Molly Shannon and Philip Seymour Hoffman.
And who's the guy that's like the pedo and woof. It's a rough movie.
Yeah,
that's a rough movie.
It's rough. It's rough, but yeah, if you like dark comedies, that's top of the list. Thanks, guys.
My friend and I rented that because we thought it was in the comedy section, and we're like, oh, Happiness. We like Philip Seymour Hoffman. John Lovitz made a cameo in it. So we're like, yeah, let's give it a shot. And we were just probably 18 years old at the time. Like, what the hell did we just watch?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we both saw Roland Cole. Mm-hmm. It had the desired
Who's
effect.
Roland Cole?
Roland Cole is friends with Loch Ness Monster.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. If you are a Shinedown fan, the front man, Brent Smith, and the guitarist are coming through. They have a little acoustic side project called Smith and Myers, and they're going to play House of Blues on December 12th. So if you're into that, I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back here. Shinedown, their frontman Brett Smith, guitarist Zach Myers, have a little acoustic side project going. They put out an album last year just called Volume 1. It's a mix of covers of songs they dig and some original tracks. Smith and Myers are going to do a brief tour, and it'll bring them to the House of Blues on December the 12th. They're going to play downtown. That's going to be a Sunday night. Okay? Tickets are on sale at livenation.com if you need more info on the show. If you want to go, be caller 10, and we'll get you a pair of tickets right now. 2 for Smith and Myers. Sounds like a comedy team. It is not. Well, it might be funny. What do I know? Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text. Bill's back today, so you can watch the live stream on YouTube or at AlanCoxShow.com. I'll have Clutch tickets for you in about an hour. They are finally getting around to doing that 30th anniversary tour that'll get them to the Agora, one of the last few days of the year. I think that's December 29th is when they'll do that. Then I'll have some Monsters tickets for you a little bit later on as well. Who is this? Oh, hold on. Hi, who's this? Mike?
Mike.
Mike, what's up?
I don't hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
I got two things for you. One on Mr. Hoffman, but first on Roland Cole. I called in a while ago about the Roland Cole teenager that ran over a bunch of Antifa bikers doing a marathon in Texas.
Is that what he was doing? I thought it was just a dude in a pickup truck that was trying to run some dudes over.
It was a 16, 17-year-old kid.
Okay.
And so you were talking about it, so I looked up the case just to see an update. Still no charges. Actually, some people are reporting he was reaching for his phone as it was happening. Proceeded to yell, "You just been talked," out the window.
You've been ticked the talk out, man. Yeah.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
That's right. It was him on the phone.
Yeah, but I just want to read this from the article I'm reading. The police did an investigation at the scene. The attorney for the teen said this included speaking with witnesses to the accident. After their investigation, they decided not to charge him and not even issue a traffic ticket. Clearly, they determined no crime had occurred.
How can that be if he ran a bunch of... They said that he didn't do it intentionally, or what?
I think they're saying it's an unexperienced driver. Oh, here, later it says he also told the Houston Chronicle that he was a very new and inexperienced driver with college aspirations. So, obviously, the law is blind, right?
Listen, last thing you want to do is aspirate all that diesel fuel, though, if you have aspirations. I mean, boy, if you've got some kind of cardiovascular situation or some kind of, not even that, some kind of lung issue, last thing you want to do is... I was reading about some guy who got kicked out of a restaurant in California or something. It was when Mary was out there, and he gets into his car and tries running people over. Then he hits a utility pole and he gets back in his car, and they pulled him out of the car and beat him to death. And the cops are like, "Hey, what happened here?" And people are like, "This guy tried to run us over." They're like, "All right." They took a couple of witness statements and they let everybody go.
Crazy times.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah, fun times.
Real quick on something else. Mr. Hoffman, I couldn't help. I agree with most of what you said, but I think you snuck in there that the crappy movie Charlie Wilson's War.
Yeah.
That movie is awesome. Loosely based on truth, but the story is great, and I think it's applicable even today, especially at the ending. I don't know if you've read the book or read about the history of that.
Did not read the book, no.
They were all dead the whole
time.
No. Again, I liked everybody who was in it. I like Tom Hanks. I like Philip Seymour. I like John Slattery. Just that thing didn't come together for me. But Philip Seymour Hoffman, man, if you can point me to a bad performance, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't great in that movie. I mean, I think it's more his role was just a little bit cheesy as the CIA guy who knows everything and is cool and calm and smoking a cigarette, right?
He got to scream a lot. He got to break some windows.
Well, that was the movie where everybody else was in shape and he just was trying to look fatter in every scene that he was in.
Right.
Every scene, his belly's just his hands are on his hips and he's just I got a gut.
Yeah.
But one thing I would say is the ending notion of that movie is really, really applicable to today, where it talks through how they messed up the end game and how they couldn't get a little bit of funding to rebuild schools, and how they caused a war in Afghanistan, and you have like 60% of the population is under the age of 15. There is no leadership, there's no mentors, there's no adults left, and all these kids know is war, right? And we didn't rebuild the schools, the roads, nothing. We left them there. And guess what? The crazy started rolling in. And look what happens today. That was in the 80s, early 80s.
Yeah.
So that went down. And look where we are today.
If only they'd been rolling some coal down there, Mike, everything would have been okay.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
Right. Thank you, Mike. I got to move on here, but I appreciate it.
That actually leads into another thing that I saw while driving through Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
There's these Biden billboards.
Let me guess. We love Joe Biden. He's a fantastic president.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said, we didn't vote for him, but he's our president, so we will respect him and support his decisions. And
that's
we're
right.
trying to make everybody come together.
That's right.
Under our president.
We're not going to be divisive because we hate division.
Actually, what they had really put up on these billboards, not one, I think I saw 5 different billboards on the way to and on the way back from New Jersey.
But this isn't Metro Philly, right?
No, this is
like
rural,
middle of
rural
because
Pennsylvania.
Between Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, it's Kentucky,
and it is a picture of Joe Biden.
Yeah,
photoshopped with a rocket launcher.
Of course.
And
his head's coming out of a donkey's poop chute.
Well, it looks like he's in the Taliban.
Oh,
and then the slogan just says "Making the Taliban Great Again." Mm-hmm. And there was 5 or 6 of these.
Even though his predecessor let all those Taliban guys go. Yeah, I gotcha. I was buying a car that had a bumper sticker that said China Biden. And I'm like, I don't even know what that's trying to say. Like, it had like a weird hammer and sickle logo. And then I was like, that's interesting. At least, listen, if nothing else, at least the supply chain for our nation's humorous bumper stickers is unabated. Mm-hmm. You don't have, there's no... you might be waiting for food and aluminum and everything else come the holiday season, but I'll tell you what, when it comes to our bumper sticker industrial complex, everything is moving along just fine.
And there's no website or anything to go to. It's just Biden making.
I kind of like those handmade billboards.
Dude, these are professionally done real billboards.
Paid to put
no.
there.
Yes. I know, but somebody had to create it themselves and then send that image to somebody.
Yeah.
It's not like you can go online and do a stock image and get that, Somebody grabbed it and said, hey, throw that up there for a couple of months.
And it's
billboard. Plus,
it made me laugh. I'll be honest with you. I'm like, oh, this is a place where if Mary was doing stand-up comedy out here, they would not be like, your feelings, eh?
It would not have been like Cobb's in San Francisco.
Women can't talk.
Can't talk. Wow. But it also shows you how inexpensive billboards are. I've thought many times about spending money on billboards in just the random places around, for this show, just because it would be hilarious. In the middle of nowhere.
But that's the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It's a very busy road.
Oh, these are on Turnpike.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
So those are not inexpensive. Those are
prime real estate.
Real estate that somebody ponied up the dough for a bunch of them, and it's pretty funny.
Joe is in Philadelphia. Joe, what's going on?
Yeah, what up, guys?
How are you?
Did you roll coal on Friday? Because if that was you, pretty cool.
I wish, but the sound.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
Listening to you guys say Philadelphia over and over again is like nails on a chalkboard.
What is it?
Please call it Philly.
Easy. Well, the city is called Philadelphia, Joe. Of course you know this.
I understand. I understand.
Yep.
But
so you want us to call it Philly?
Philly. It's like when you go to San Francisco and call it Frisco. Oh, they love that. Oh, they love it. They call San Francisco the city. I always like that. The city.
It is the city.
Yeah, the city. At least Chicago's the second city. It's not behind San Francisco. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, that was one thing, but when Bill mentioned rolling coal, my bussy got so wet, I almost slid off.
What did he? What?
Yep.
Come on, man. All right, thank you, Joe in Philadelphia. Oh, come on. Not even know if I got...
Busey. Is that
He's Gary Busey with salivating.
Yeah, right. Jeez. He's getting weird out there in Philly. He's drinking too much of that bad water.
Oh, boy. Water. Just give it a break for a second.
That's right.
I had soft shell crab for the first time. Have you guys ever had that?
No, I'll die.
Soft shell crab?
Yeah, you know how hard it is to be on the Pacific Ocean and not be able to eat any of the fresh food that they... I mean, I can eat some of it, but it's just like, man, of all the places to have crab or shrimp or...
Do they have... Is that a crab? I guess, yeah.
Any of it.
Yeah.
But you're on the ocean.
Soft shell crab was real good. I didn't know what to expect.
You eat the whole shell, yeah?
Yeah, because it's like deep fried and you just jam it in there.
Was it good?
It was great. I really enjoyed it.
Did you dip it in butter?
Cocktail sauce.
Ew. I hate horseradish.
Love cocktail sauce.
I hate horseradish.
So good.
Oh, it's so good. I like
so good.
And then if you eat cocktail sauce without horseradish, that's just vinegar and ketchup. That's all that is.
Ketchup's mostly vinegar anyway.
Yeah.
Speaking of shrimp, I was looking at, and again, you just can't convince me that vegans as a community are clamoring for all this stuff that these companies are putting out. Nestle, which does more than candy bars and water. Nestle does all kinds of things. They have a huge empire over there.
They also do human rights violations.
Human rights violations.
Don't forget about that.
There you go.
It's a lot of their business.
Well, what company doesn't?
Yeah, I know, right?
Nestle has announced vegan shrimp.
Okay.
And it's called Vrimp.
The name needs a little work.
So they obviously didn't spend a lot of money on marketing for this.
Obviously, we spotted the opportunity in the market. You see the consumers are moving there, driven by health concerns, driven by concerns about sustainability, animal welfare, and then, like I said, the social aspect.
Whatever gobbledygook he's talking about there, that's the chief technology officer there of Nestle. Vegan shrimp. Again, I don't think it's the vegan community doing this because nobody's like, oh man, this is stuff that in its real form you hate. Right? Like the Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat. That's not for vegans. These are people like, I don't care.
I'm trying to get people from the other side.
Trying to get people to come over. I mean, but vegan shrimp.
Now.
Vrimp.
Let me tell you, it has been probably 6 or 7 years since I've had shrimp. And there is a vegan place in Rocky River called Go Buddha, which does
I
these
get their
little
food
bowls.
all the time.
They have a vegan shrimp there. Have you ever had it?
I have not.
So it's awesome.
Oh, listen, all these things are
really
all these
good.
things are pretty good.
And it,
I mean,
like even the texture, it mimics real shrimp to the point where my boyfriend got it in a bowl. It's like a hibachi style bowl, right? And I took a bite of it, and I was nervous, and I was like, "Oh my!" Like I just ate shrimp, I'm gonna die. And then but it was so good. Like blew my mind how good it was.
I can see this for people like you who have a shellfish allergy but like shrimp. But for people who wouldn't normally eat this anyway, it's not for them.
No, but I know plenty of vegan people that they're always looking for something.
Alternatives.
Yes, because they get bored of eating the same stuff. So
yeah, but that's the life you chose.
Right, but that's why...
One of culinary boredom.
But that's why they are always looking for a vegan spicy chicken sandwich or a vegan shrimp or vegan ham, like all these different good foods
because they
turn vegan.
Because they remember when they used to eat that stuff?
Yeah.
But they just want to eat it. They just... Because it is... getting good enough now that you can have it and you're not trying to lie to yourself. You're actually like, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Oh, they're tired of lying to themselves is what it is.
Well, a lot of vegan food sucks.
That's what I'm saying. But they're like,
oh,
it's great. It tastes just like, it's like, it doesn't, but this is what you've chosen and that's fine.
But that's why when it gets to a point where you go to a place where they're doing it well, it really does open up the world for these people. Like Tommy, who's on my podcast, she's vegan and she goes to Cleveland Vegan all the time. And
yeah, they do a great job there
every time I've eaten there, I've been like, this is fantastic.
The only time I eat there is when my sister-in-law is in town, and we've never had a bad meal there.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't cheap
to
eat like that.
No, vegan food is not cheap.
Right.
To be honest, and again, it's been a long time since I've had things like ice cream or shellfish, so I can't really compare it. I haven't had real ice cream in a few years either, but when I find a place that has a good vegan ice cream, right?
So last time Mary had just a tip of a spoon of Breyer's vanilla bean. That was the whole Live audio there.
Mary's version of rolling coal.
Oh, yeah. But when I find a place that has a really good vegan ice cream where I'm like, oh, this doesn't taste like chalk, or it isn't like watery or whatever, it's like, this is nice. This is a nice thing to have. I appreciate this. So give that vegan shrimp a try.
Nestle is headquartered in Switzerland, and this is where they're using their own people as test subjects here for Vrimp. They're not sure when it's going to get over here to the United States. It is vegan. It's made from a combination of seaweed, peas, and something called konjac root. And obviously, it's a great source of fiber. Has authentic texture.
Yeah.
Listen, shrimp is also referred to as the liver of the sea because it absorbs every awful thing in the water. And, when you work in the restaurant industry, I worked in fine dining in my wait career, and I was always deveining shrimp. You're pulling the poop line out. That's what that long gray thing on their back is. You're pulling the poop line out. And there are some restaurants that don't do that because it's very tedious, it's time-consuming, it's side work no one wants to do. I always loved doing it, right? Because I felt like I was cleaning them little shrimp up. But vegan shrimp, and again, it's a fine idea. I'm just never sure who this is for. They just go, I mean, the guy said it himself. This is the way people are going, so let's make this. But, it takes a long time to come up with something like this.
Can you still choke on the tail?
There's no tail.
There's no tail in vegan shrimp. But you know what?
He wants that option.
If they want to make it lifelike, they should have the tail. A bitch like me didn't know, like a lot of things. I told this story before.
I know you like to choke on tail. Do you see what I did?
Let me see what you did there.
Hi-oh!
But I'm the one that always makes gay jokes. I'm the one that's always...
That wasn't a gay joke.
Oxtail. You're a big fan. Oxtail soup?
No, he said he wants his shrimp to be lifelike.
Okay.
The tails are there for no other reason than to choke on them, right? That's what they're there for. Okay. People go, what's the matter? Are you anaphylactic shock? I ate a shrimp. That's what they're there for. Fried dishes, pasta dishes, or as topping for pizzas. That's how you know they're testing this out in Europe. It's great on pizza. They're like, what? Have you ever had pizza before? The company also announced a new vegan scrambled eggs alternative, but it's Garden Gourmet Veggie with the E-G-G in veggie capitalized. So there you go. Something to look forward to. If you're a fan of, you're like, man, I miss eating shrimp. I wish they had a vegan alternative for me. Well, now they're going to have one that they're going to
question
out for you.
We're getting close to when they're going to start 3D printing meat and having that where it's basically meat like proteins, but it was never actually alive.
Like Chappelle said, that ain't blood, that's beet juice.
So do vegans, you know how there's some vegetarians that eat fish? Like there's some vegetarians that are like,
pescatarian.
But like, do they have caviar then? Do vegans not have?
No, vegans. Well,
because technically it's not a baby. It's not a full fish yet.
Yeah, but vegans don't eat any animal byproducts. Vegans don't eat cheese. They don't eat anything like that. Vegetarians are where you get a little. They'll try things or whatever. Eat eggs or cheese or whatever. But yeah, vegans are absolutely no animal byproducts.
So vegetarians, they can technically could have caviar.
I guess. I don't know. I think everybody makes their own rules. To be honest with you.
Your boyfriend?
Such is life. Everyone makes their own rules.
He will have like little bites of things that I have. So if I have, I got a steak dish, and he'll take a little bite of the steak and things like that. So he's like, he misses meat.
He's not militant.
Right. No, he wants to still taste
he will?
meat.
He'll take a little bite of meat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why?
Like
Why
a little half a chicken wing or some nachos with chicken on them or pork.
He is holding
or something.
himself hostage. Why doesn't he let himself live and be free?
He doesn't want to. He does it for the environmental stuff and yada, 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 and whatever.
He takes a bite and he's like, I'm cheating.
Yeah, just a little taste, just to remind you, like, oh, this is good. We have bacon.
Discipline.
He'll have a piece of bacon for breakfast. Not all the time. This is like maybe once or twice a month he'll do that.
These days, to buy bacon, you got to pull out a second mortgage on your house.
Dude.
It's expensive, boy. It's like $13 for a pack of bacon.
I'll tell you what, the price is down there in Ocean City where, like, everything is... It's a vacation town, so they're trying to get the money while they can, and everything. Getting a slice of pizza at the boardwalk for like a slice, you're like, yeah, what
$2, something.
Yeah, $2. It was like $8.
Oh my goodness!
Was it one of the long ones, like the Brooklyn style pizzas?
the large piece.
Yeah, it's a huge slice,
Still,
but it's still.
though.
I hate that type of pizza, man.
I love it. Fold it in half.
No, I don't want the ingredients to touch. Like I don't like it. Don't fold
I don't
it.
like the ingredients to touch.
That are also already touching.
But no, you're like
baked that way.
Folding it and it makes everything soggy. No.
Well, this wasn't soggy. I got some and it was very good and crispy and I liked it. But that's expensive.
That's him eating shrimp.
Sorry.
Got a tail stuck in there. Alan's seafood pizza is goddamn delicious. I will take your word for it. I have no interest in a seafood pizza.
A lot of places will do that with like an Alfredo sauce, like a white sauce on the pizza, and then
like a
like
margarita.
shrimp and almost, yeah.
Sorry.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
sky. Nothing but dogging me.
See, Atomic Poundcake. We had him, he was barking like a dog. He was doing his DMX last week.
Was that DMX? I don't remember what that was.
No, that's you. But you gave us that bark.
No, I don't remember what that was in reference to. I don't know why I was barking.
Because we were talking about... I was just putting the thing together this morning. I forget the context already. We were like, his impersonations are so good.
Yeah, you're talking about farm animals and stuff
farm
like that.
animals.
But we didn't have you doing a dog.
Right, we did not have a dog.
You just had me saying British in British.
Boo.
I love my dog.
Mm-hmm.
Bah!
That's right. Cavaliers are off tonight, tomorrow night, Thursday. They will be back on the court, albeit in Indiana, to play the Pacers on Friday night. And then Sunday night, I think maybe they're back here. The 20th is when the season begins. It's all preseason play. And then the 22nd is the home opener. It'll be at the Romo Fijo to play the Charlotte Hornets. And you will hear all of it here on WMMS or on the iHeartRadio app. Bill, you'll be happy to know that my White Sox are currently losing. And if they lose today, they are out. 3-1, top of the fourth against the Houston Astros.
Like I said, I don't like... Hopefully the Astros don't go to the World Series. I guess I'll be a Red Sox fan?
Question mark?
I hate this.
Uh-huh. If you go to WMMS.com, by the way, we are giving away a pair of tickets for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. 36th annual. I play Atomic Poundcake there. Of course, George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic were inducted into the Rock Hall in 1997. May 6th, 1997, when they were still doing it in the spring. Does anyone want to hazard a guess as to who inducted George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic?
Bill Clinton.
1997? Is that what you said?
Yes.
In 1997,
George
Shania
Clinton's always
Twain.
been one. Huh?
Shania Twain. She was big then.
Nailed it. Prince. And his wife. He was still married to that Mai Tai girl. Anyway.
He was artist formerly known as Prince at that time.
Was
right?
he?
I think so.
Okay. He
I'm
inducted...
not sure when that switched back to Prince.
But this thing is the end of the month. So it's going to be on the wire here. Saturday, October 30th at the Romo Fijo. They did it in Public Hall for many, many years. They're moving it to the Romo Fijo. You can go to rockhall.com to get more info. But if you go to WMMS.com, hit the contest tab, and we are giving away tickets for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. You'll see Foo Fighters and the Go-Go's. Boy, I don't think Tina Turner's going to show up.
Never know.
She's at home in Switzerland test marketing Vrimp. And who else is getting in? Oh, boy. I forget. Nevertheless, it's going to be a great night. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a rapper, right?
Jay-Z is getting in.
Was
Yeah.
Pat Benatar this year or was that last year?
I think that was last year.
Was it the Go-Go's this
Go-Go's, yeah, I mentioned the Go-Go's. Okay. And two of those girls, by the way, neither of them Belinda Carlisle, but two of the girls from the Go-Go's are pimping books. So if you're a huge Go-Go's fan and really want to hear it from the different perspectives of Kathy Valentine and Gina Schock, they've got two books. Very exciting.
Yeah, 93 to 2000, he was the artist formerly known as Prince.
Okay. Well, there you go. They're going to do a thing with the Go-Go's, by the way. The day before the induction ceremony, the Rock Hall Live PNC stage is going to have the entire band. It's going to have all of the Go-Go's there. Unfortunately, we'll be here doing this show while that's going on.
We won't be at our new downtown broadcast studios yet.
At the end of this month? No, we will not.
I don't know if they were just trying to trick us and be like, actually, we're going to be done way sooner than
sooner. No, I've been told that I'm going to see a map tomorrow of what the new studios are going to look like. And
I feel like we've seen maps.
Well, I'm being told this is an updated version of that, and
it's just going to be Independence.
It's going to have the old date scratched out and just tomorrow's date written on it. All fans, of course, attending the Rock Hall induction ceremony, let's say you're somebody who wins these tickets, you have to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 or provide a negative test taken within 48 hours. There are special events there where they're requiring that at the Romo Fijo, although that does not extend to Cavs or Monsters games. So, again, if you want to try to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, it is a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a little bit different than it has been in years past for people like me, who are usually at a table on the floor. I don't know if that's going to be the case anymore. I might be up just sitting in a seat with the rabble.
Do they have tickets for all of us since we are WMMS?
No, they do not. Okay. Nevertheless.
Although I'd like to make that the show's official tagline. The Alan Cox Show, we are WMMS. I think that's nice, right?
We are WMMS?
Because that's what he said. He said they have tickets for all of us because we are WMMS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there you go. We are. Well, we all are, right? We all are. So, that's going on. Alan, you guys were talking about the Squatch and the Yeti and the Chupacabra. Don't forget, Ohio has the Grassman.
What?
If you go to Cleveland Clothing Company, by the way, they have an the Legend of the Ohio Grassman is one of their... Waddle-deedle! Bone dry! Waddle-dee-doo!
I believe that's the Gas Man.
Waddle-deedle!
I've never heard of this man.
You never heard of the Grassman? Bray! Power boaters! Sailboaters!
What was that guy's name?
The Grease Man.
Grease Man. That's the Grease Man.
Diddle-dee-die. Waddle-doo. That is a very inside joke.
But it's also one of those things where, like, I remember back when radio was good, and they'll play a clip of someone going, waddle-doo.
Yeah. Radio used to be great. Really? Did it? Anyway, the Legend of the Ohio Grassman. It could be Grassman Esquire. I don't know. That's the...
Never heard that one.
Ohio version. And CLE Clothing Company has got their T-shirt with the larger sizes being sold out very quickly. So you can go to cleclothingco.com. Remember all this month to use the promo code SPOOKY for 20% off whatever you get. It's the only place you can get the Retro Buzzard merch. As far as I know, it's the only place you can get the Legend of the Ohio Grassman T-shirt. Waddle-dee-day! Needle! Hey! It's fun to do. Is Depeche Mode getting in to the Rock Hall?
Is that the Whip It?
That's Devo.
Oh, sounds the same.
Sounds the same? Yeah, Depeche Mode and Devo really sound a lot alike.
No, the name.
Devo and Depeche Mode?
Depeche.
Whip It.
Devo Mode.
Tina Turner, Carole King, The Go-Go's, Jay-Z, Foo Fighters, Todd Rundgren, Kraftwerk, Charlie Patton, Gil Scott-Heron, LL Cool J, Billy Preston, Randy Rhoads. So those are the people who are getting in. No Devo. They were nominated. They are not getting inducted. And no Depeche Mode. Also nominated. I wonder how many years. Cast your mind forward and you tell me if you think there will ever be a time that we can look forward to when Corey Feldman will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Do you think that there'll ever come a time, because he's a musician in his own right, he's performed on the Today Show. They asked him back, in fact, because his initial performance was so bad that they said, would you like to come back and re-perform your song?
But I think he did a different song.
He did a different song, yes. He did a song called Go For It.
I feel so bad for that guy.
With some girls that listen, he knows what he's doing.
He's got to have a couple screws loose.
He's got a lot of screws loose, but he's still his own man. Nobody's suggesting a conservatorship for him.
Just when you think it's all over, no hope in life, so what you gonna do? Every shot flies.
You know what? I'll give him props. He never got fat. Corey Feldman never got fat,
Probably
right?
doesn't eat.
Fine, that's how you do it. You get to be his age, he's like my age.
Come on, let's go for it. We got nothing to lose.
It's not the worst song I've ever heard.
Let's go.
It's one of them.
Come on, let's go.
Anywho, you remember that. That's 5 years ago or so. Anyway.
He commits to the bit.
Huh?
He commits to the bit.
Yeah, God bless him.
It's not a bit to him.
That's why I feel bad, is because it's like, he's like, I'm nailing it. I'm doing so many great things.
Listen, he's been in showbiz his whole life. He knows what's up. He knows what's up.
You think he knows he's bad? And he still continuously does that.
There are a lot of people who are bad who are still putting themselves out there because that's what you do.
But I don't
you just
think
keep
they
shoveling
know
coal into the
it.
furnace.
I don't
Most of them
think
don't
he-
get on the Today Show.
I don't think he legitimately is like, this was a poor performance. and I don't think that. I think he is like, oh, I'm doing it.
Oh, I think he's absolutely delusional.
Yeah. It makes me feel bad.
But what are his? I mean, people say that because that's the easy way to explain it. But what are his delusions?
I would say it's the accurate way.
But what are his delusions?
He thinks that he's a pop star.
But you also know if you're getting gigs or not. And if you're not getting gigs, you're not a pop star.
I feel like he could blame it on his past and things like that. Oh, because I spoke out about this, that, and the other.
Exactly.
That's why my career isn't where it should be, and things like that.
Well, I only asked this because he's been digitized as a hologram. Following in the footsteps of one Tupac Shakur.
First he was digitized as a kid, and now he's digitized
he can't get away from digits. This poor guy.
You guys are so inappropriate.
Inappropriate? I don't even know what that word means.
It's not okay.
He's been digitized as a hologram. If you follow him on Instagram at CDog22, he's on there. What were Corey Feldman was taken? He goes for CDog22?
He's trying to reinvent himself.
How many followers does he have?
122,000.
Oh, that's it.
That ain't bad.
Is he verified?
I mean,
He's gotta be.
He is. That's not bad if you're for being delusional.
No,
I'd be delusional for 122,000 followers. I don't even care about this crap.
I want him to promote a brand on his Instagram. Like he has a certain brand of toothpaste. He's like, I'm an influencer. This is my side hustle.
Maybe he is. He could he could be doing ads for Jet Black hair dye. Hologram Corey has, and again, his captions are like a mishmash of letters and numbers. So created has an 8 in it, and so it takes you a minute to pull out your.
That's
what the kids are doing.
He's doing MySpace.
I was going to say, does he think he's on AOL Instant Messenger still?
Well, what do they say? There's an age-old axiom that you stop maturing at the age you get famous, and this guy's been famous since he was a kid. That's the rap that people had for his idol, Michael Jackson, was that if you've been famous your whole life, you have no concept of how anything works. And so if you're still out there and you're doing stuff and people are still, whether or not people are having you on their shows, which would be better, which would be worse as an artist? To have no one ask you on, or to have people ask you on because they know it's going to get eyeballs and they can goof on you? I'd still rather be on television, on the Today shows. Here's our performance corner. Hoda Kotb throws it to you, and you start playing with these, girls you're paying to dress up like angels. You're still on television.
All caps.
So does that mean that people who have a good head on their shoulders and that were child stars, they just matured early? That doesn't read right for me.
I think it also depends on how you came up. I think it depends on if you had parents that had their head on straight. You hear about these child stars that had to sue their parents or get emancipated, or their parents blew through all their money. I mean, that's got to screw you up too. If you're working to keep, you're a kid and you're working to keep your parents
alive,
like your mortgage paid. Yeah, that can't be good.
They say the same thing about addicts, that you stop maturing at the age that you start using.
I've heard that one a lot.
Yeah, I've never heard the famous one.
I've never heard the famous one, and also
famous and addictive property.
Hey, it could be.
But that's why it just applies to addicts, and some addicts are famous, and that's the situation. I mean, I don't know if Corey Feldman's an addict, but he's definitely not right.
Yeah.
I assume he's just trying to get in on the NFT nonsense. He's also selling.
He's going for it.
He's also selling prosthetic ears in commemoration of the 35th anniversary of Stand By Me. What does that mean?
Did you lose an ear?
Well, what are the ears reference for Stand By Me? Because you know what?
I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
I've never seen it. I've never seen Stand By Me. I read the
They
story.
want to go see a dead body.
Yeah.
Is that the one where the kid gets stung by the bee or hit in the head with a baseball?
No, My Girl is where he gets gets stung by a bee. Hit in the head with a baseball.
Someone kills somebody with a baseball.
Well, I don't know about that.
In another little kid movie.
Is that?
A kid hits a ball and it kills a woman at a baseball game. It's like his stepdad.
Oh, that's Simon Birch.
Simon Birch?
Is that right? I think.
I thought he was the little guy.
Yeah, Simon Birch.
Simon Birch, yeah.
So what's Stand By Me?
But he's a little guy, but he I actually have never seen Simon Birch, but I think the premise is he finally plays a baseball game and he hits a ball and it kills
And he kills it. It's like his uncle's girlfriend or something like that.
That's how the movie ends or opens.
I don't remember. I saw it when I was a little kid.
Stand By Me was Fat Jerry O'Connell, Corey Feldman. They're all kids. It was a Stephen King story called The Body, and they turned it into Stand By Me. Rob Reiner directed it.
I've never seen that
all
one.
these little
it's
kids.
a great movie.
I heard it's great. It's just one of those movies I've never gotten around to see.
It might be one of those movies where, if you see it as a kid, because it's definitely a coming of age movie, it's great, and then you have nostalgia for it. I feel like it probably holds up, but it was a lot of fun as a kid. And there's the scene where one of the characters they're like, oh, you're gonna be a famous writer, and he tells the story about Lardass going to the fair for the pie eating contest and vomiting all over everybody.
Ooh, good one.
Great scene.
Great. Devotion to Accuracy, Depeche Mode were inducted into the Rock Hall last year. Thank you.
There it is.
I knew their name was floating around. I knew I wanted them to get in. I just couldn't remember
Carole
if it happened
King.
or not.
Yep, that's a person.
Isn't she getting in this year?
I rattled her name off.
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Unless you meant Carole Kane, the actress from
I did.
Princess Bride and
Yes.
Breakable Kimmy Schmidt. No, she is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He also sang on the reality show The Two Coreys when he married his wife. It is equally as bad. It's on YouTube, says Stephen Canton. All right.
Okay, now who did he marry? Because if he's
Mrs. Corey Feldman.
If my husband to be is singing this awful song to me on our wedding day, you have to know it's bad. Is my point?
Go for it.
I'm like, baby, please.
Please don't do this.
Not today.
I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
There's
okay.
a videographer here.
Please, just don't. I want to do this, but it's not going to work out.
He did top-notch voiceover work in the Ninja Turtle movies, though.
He what?
Corey Feldman.
In what movies?
The Ninja Turtle movies, the live-action
did
ones
he?
in the 90s. Yeah, the first one, Secret of the Ooze, the second one, and Turtles in Time, the third one.
In Stand By Me, Corey Feldman's character Teddy got his ear burned off on a stove.
That's right.
Wow.
Burned off.
So wait, why is he selling ears? Why he should be selling stoves?
Guys, if you buy a bunch of these ears, I'll throw in a free stove.
What happened?
He's not an appliance salesman. He's an ear prosthetic salesman.
I think it's a story about he's got a troubled family.
Oh, and they burnt his ear on the stove?
And his stepdad did it or something like that. Yeah.
Well, as I understand it in the movie, different than the story in the book, the anthology, but the movie, I don't know if they replicated it, was that his parents were constantly abusing him, and they lied to him and told him that the top of the stove was a radio. And he went in to listen to it.
And then they held his hand there.
No,
it's a pretty funny prank.
This music's awful. It sounds like Corey Feldman
It
singing.
just sounds like sizzling skin.
It's terrible.
Can you smell the radio?
Alan, West Virginia has The Mothman. Remember that movie, The Mothman Prophecies? I always thought that was an underrated
That movie freaked me out.
Yeah.
I saw that when I was little.
Based on a true story.
I thought that was it. Is that like a bridge connecting Ohio to West Virginia?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Yeah.
The Grass Man, and of course, they also have the Scat Man here in Ohio. So terrifying if you ever see him. Scatman John, if you... he's, of course, died since, or has he? I don't think that CLE Clothing Company has made a Scatman t-shirt, though.
Yet.
We'll
be talking to
when they do, I hope it's Scatman Crothers. But code word spooky for 20% off. Not spoopy. I know there's a lot of people trying to do spoopy.
The kids love
the kids love spoopy.
They love it. They're always with the spoopy.
Mm-hmm. Stand By Me, a journey of kids going to see a dead kid hit by a train in the woods. There you go. That's the TLDR on that movie.
Meanwhile,
a dead kid?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's other older kids that want to kill them.
Oh, weird.
Corey Feldman voiced Donatello in the first Ninja Turtles movie. They fired him after his drug problem was made public, somebody says.
I thought he did it for the rest of the movies.
I don't know.
Well, he kills it in that one.
Yeah. But anyway, he has digitized himself as a hologram. And so, that whole thing. Speaking of pedophiles, by the way, they did, I guess, in Pennsylvania. Bill was just going through Pennsylvania. They had one of these huge human trafficking stings. They're trying to find people who have kids. And it was called Operation Dunder Mifflin.
Oh, come on.
U.S. Marshals coordinated with the Scranton Police Department to verify the home addresses of 219 convicted and registered sex offenders and to find out which ones were in violation, who were still messing around with kids. And it was called Operation Dunder Mifflin.
But how could they?
It was centered in the Scranton area.
How could they know that? Like what? Their like them talking online to kids or something like that?
I guess they've got their way. But yeah, I'm always surprised I never see QAnon people organizing these busts. They're the ones concerned about kids. Why aren't they the tip of the spear on this? Why aren't they front and center in Operation Dunder Mifflin?
Oh, because
they're the ones always arguing to have masks in schools to keep kids healthy. They're concerned about kids, always demanding that K-8 funding is always increased. QAnon, they're very, very serious about kids. As I understand it, otherwise, I would have to think that it was all made up.
Oh, but that's just
that couldn't be.
unrealistic.
I've got to take a break. I'll have those Clutch tickets for you upon our return. They're celebrating their 30th anniversary, December 29th. Last couple of days of this year, they'll get to the Agora. So if you want to check out Clutch, I'll have tickets for you after the break. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
Clutch. They were going to do their 30th anniversary tour last year, I think. Of course, it didn't happen. So they're making their return to the road now, and they'll hit the world-famous Cleveland Agora on Wednesday, December the 29th, just under the wire for 2021, with special guests Stoner and the Native Howl. So if you happen to be fans of either of those bands, all three on stage that night. AgoraCleveland.com if you want details on the show. Otherwise, get to calling. Want to go see Clutch, the Agora. Great band, great venue. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. If you want to shoot me a text about anything, you can watch. Bill's back today, so is the live stream at alancoxshow.com. Thanks again to Fenry Corbin-Wink for helping out earlier today in the video department. We do appreciate your assistance. Cavs don't play tonight. They are not back on the court until Friday night in Indiana to play the Pacers, but we are giving away premium seats. I don't know what that means. We're giving away premium seats to an upcoming Cavs game. So go to WMMS.com, and you can register to win there. Any other info you need, you can go Cavs.com. You can buy tickets there, whatever you want to do. But WMMS.com, there's a lot going on there right now in that contest tab. A pair of premium seats to an upcoming Cleveland Cavaliers game is what that says. I was reading that the McRib is coming back. You know, I talk about Clutch.
Haven't we suffered enough?
Talk about Clutch celebrating their 30th anniversary. The McRib is celebrating its 40th anniversary.
Jeez.
The McRib was 10 years old before Clutch, the band, even got together. They were still a gleam in their respective eyes musically.
Still using that first pressing, too.
Dude, I like McRibs, whatever.
I've never had one.
Man, I don't.
I've just never had one.
Gotta go light sauce because sometimes it's just sopping. But
you can
I'll eat a McRib,
make
dude.
you can have them make a tweak.
Yeah,
I used to enjoy them, but the past couple times they've come out, I'm like, I'm gonna get a McRib, and like halfway through, I'm like, this is so bad.
It's real gross.
Do they dip it in sauce?
I think it's all sitting in a
splash
sauce.
it.
Okay.
I think it's like sitting in a sauce, and they like pick it up. And
So if you request light sauce, they have to take it out, wiggle it,
shake it off.
just a little bit.
I don't know how
I think
do
they
it.
used to dip it in the sauce, like it used to be fully immersed. But I feel like the last few times it's come out, they slather the sauce on it.
Okay,
One of my favorite verbs is slather. So if you want a fully immersive experience, you don't want light sauce. You want whatever they pull
because
out.
it can make the bun all mushy, which is
Understood.
takes away.
Understood.
The meat is already mushy. You can't have mushy meat and mushy bun.
I'm surprised you like that because you don't like ribs.
I don't. That should tell you something.
Right.
That I hate ribs. Can't stand them. Love a McRib.
Huh.
Because it doesn't taste like ribs. And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
It's still rib meat.
Is it?
It's
See,
probably
that's
pork parts.
That
it's-
has never been made clear to me.
It's rib meat. Like it's it's not. I don't know. It's compressed meat.
Yeah.
It is back on Monday, November 1st for a limited time only. It's referred to here as a paradoxically boneless sandwich, which is a great... Now, it doesn't exactly make your mouth water to have it described like that, but nonetheless funny. So they'll be observing its 40th anniversary. Simply no way to know when that started, the McRib. But when they initially debuted it, it did not catch on. Showed up in McDonald's menus in 1981, and nobody bought them. But they kept trying, and they kept trying. And I wonder when it finally took off. Because you figure year one, you have to go, okay, it just went past people. They didn't even know it was a thing. We didn't really market it that properly. We did some test markets. Year two, they go, are sales on this up? When did it take off? Because
it's weird that they kept bringing it back if it's not getting people like clamoring for it.
No, but I think it's like Seinfeld. The first few seasons, nobody paid attention, but then it just really took off. So I'm curious how long before it took off.
I guess it was in the 90s.
I mean, The Simpsons had the Rib Witch.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, this has been around longer than The Simpsons, so, I mean, they could have gone season 1 and made McRib references. So, not every single McDonald's franchise offers the McRib.
Oh, BS.
So, if you go up to one asking for one, you might run into that rare establishment where they go, we don't do those. This has not been a big hot zip for us over here.
I'll cause a problem. I'll say you just lost a customer.
And you would use less sauce on me.
Yeah.
So your profit margin with Mayor pulling up is going to be even better because I want light sauce. That means that you got more sauce in the tank for subsequent rib witches.
I do like extra pickles, though.
Oh, so it's a zero-sum situation.
It kind of is, yeah.
Light sauce,
Plus
extra pickles. So, like, lady, why don't you make this at home?
Because I can't. I don't have McRib
One Karen coming up.
just laying around.
So it's ye old at participating locations, of course. But for people who, because I do know people, I personally know people who love when this comes around. It's
Mary
like,
Santora.
you know, every one of us grew up with McDonald's being a treat. But for every kid and subsequent adult, they did zero in on something. Everybody had their own thing. For some people, it was the McRib. There are people that I'm sure we all know, might be in this very room, who crapped their pants when the Shamrock Shake came around.
I love Shamrock
Couldn't
Shakes.
care less about the Shamrock Shake. But that's what I'm saying. Everybody had something that they were like, man, when that comes back, I'm getting them.
Do you like mint-flavored things?
Gum.
So the no would be the answer to that.
Gum is mint-flavored.
Yeah, but that's not like a treat. Like mint
Gum's
chocolate
a treat
chip
for
ice
me.
cream.
Works my jaw out. Makes my body think I'm eating when I'm not. So I'm expending calories, but I'm not consuming them.
Even better.
Oh, even better. No, I mean, I've had Shamrock Shakes. I'm sure as a kid I enjoyed them. But I mean, everybody enjoys stuff when they're kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just surprised at how long some of these things have held on. Again, to wit, the McRib, 40 years.
That's
40.
crazy.
Awesome. McRib is older than Poundcake.
And me.
And me.
The McRib is younger than me, older than all you guys. Right.
Yuck. A nasty old McRib. I'm sorry, I was on the phone, but I didn't know you guys were talking about a McRib.
It's the 40th anniversary.
Are you going to get one, Cody?
No. Yeah. All right. Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
If only he could find McRib flavored gummy worms. It'd be. Again, I've never had one. I feel like I could be the tiebreaker here. I've never had one.
McDonald's sometimes have these like secret gems. Like they come out with these limited time products. Like there was like this flatbread sandwich that they came out with one time, and I loved it.
The McFlatbread.
I forget what it was. It was some type of flatbread sandwich, and it was bomb. And I don't know what happened to it. They just got rid of it. I guess a lot of people must have not liked it. Because the McRib keep coming back.
I also wonder how much is urban legend about every fast food joint's secret menu.
Oh yeah.
First of all, how does somebody find out about this unless it, like an employee starts telling people? Then it, Secondly, you will not find an employee who wants to give you something off of it. Could you take a quarter pounder bun?
Oh my gosh,
they're like, go up. Well, of course, because they go. It's not like that's part of the training manual. Hey, here's study our secret menu for what dork walks in here.
A McGangbang.
That was what I was just about to say. My ex was obsessed with McGangbangs, and he thought he had some secret.
What is that? A Filet-O-Fish and a Big Mac and everything mashed together? What is it?
It's a McChicken and a McDouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so mine was crazy. That one's not.
It's like 9,000 calories.
A Big Mac.
What they just described doesn't sound any better.
Chicken and burger.
You're mashing up chicken and burger. She goes, like chicken and burger.
Yeah,
of course.
chicken and burger meat.
Of course. With a side of vrimp on there.
No,
McVrimp.
I loved the snack wraps. I was one of the people who was very upset when the snack wrap went away.
Why did they take that
away?
It's just a little tortilla.
Probably weren't selling enough of them.
Dude, I felt like they were so crazy
they
popular.
made a meal
and you could get either grilled chicken or fried chicken, and then it was just lettuce, cheese, and ranch. Or you could get honey mustard or barbecue, any flavor you wanted.
Sounds
But
too
they were
healthy.
like $1.
People are buying that stuff.
We ate them like crazy in high school because we didn't have any money.
Because they were cheap.
Get The whole meal, I think, with a pop and a fry was like $3.
We went to, essentially, I guess it's just the world famous McDonald's now. It has like the little kangaroo outside.
Is that the one that R. Kelly used to hang out with?
No, but it was the
What's the one with the kangaroo outside?
It's outside the University of Akron. It's right on Exchange Street, and that's where they had.
You said that's the world famous McDonald's?
It's famous because that was the one place where they test marketed the Rick and Morty Szechuan sauce.
Oh, where people were like lining up days.
I still have one of those in my office.
People have nothing better to do.
And
I ate one, and it's.
So why keep it?
I don't know, because it's where I keep things, my office.
Resale market, Mary. Resale market.
Yes.
We would get
treasures.
We would get drunk or high AF and go into that McDonald's, and my roommate was like, "Dude, you gotta order the McGangbang. You gotta order the McGangbang." I'm like, "What the hell is a McGangbang?" And he was like, "Just tell the lady, she'll know." And I'm like, "Can I get a McGangbang?" And this chick, like, if looks could kill.
Yeah, because they don't know.
And they
got drunk and high kids walking in going, could I get a McGang? So it's got to be just drive you crazy if you work one of those jobs and this stuff goes around social media or the internet or whatever, and they go, here's part of their secret menu. And then you walk in and they go, dude, I'm just trying to move Big Macs here.
From what I understand, that's the only bad part of the job.
Yes. You don't ever have things thrown at your head.
Yeah, my
your
roommate
tracks pulled out or
The
anything.
pay's amazing. You
Yep.
get vacation time off.
That's right. Hey, they start at $15.
My roommate gave her an attitude. He was like, well, he didn't say it. He said it to me, but I know she heard it because he was saying, he was like, "Bitch, you make 50 cents an hour. You can't afford
Your
to have an
friend
attitude."
said that to the person behind the counter?
No, he said it to me about her. And I'm like, dude, it's not that deep.
But he might as well have said it if that's what he thinks.
That's a dude where I'm like, hey, guess what? We're not friends anymore.
Yeah, no, I didn't like him.
Oh, my
but
God.
he supplied all the weed. So
well, you got to say friends then.
We
you
weren't
can't kick him to the curb for that.
Yeah.
You just go, bro, free your mind. The rest will follow.
He was like, I'll let you smoke my bowl if you go up to McDonald's with me. I'm like, okay. I'll accompany you to McDonald's.
Smoke weed every day.
Someday, lady, you'll accompany me to McDonald's for a McGangbang. Yeah, right. If looks could kill, because she goes, brother, I don't know what you're talking about. All right.
Or she's just like, dude, I'm on hour 16 of the shift. Somebody called off. It's 2 a.m. I'm tired.
Yes.
Just order regular food.
It's got to be frustrating enough when high and drunk people come in to just order things off the regular menu.
Right.
Oh my God.
So yeah, I felt bad because I didn't know what it was. I was learning right there, right in front of everybody else, and there's a line, and she's like, oh, "Can I help you?" I'm like, "Well, yes, you can." I want large of everything, and then
I want a large of everything. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and then a McGangbang.
I want a large of everything, and then get ready for me to make your life hell. A McGangbang. All right. You had me at large everything. A McGangbang. It's not even a creative name.
Dude, I used to just
Because
go through there.
bros who are high and drunk named it.
I'm sure there's some gals in there too.
The cookies, though. The McDonald's cookies.
The little lemon ones, those like pouches. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the chocolate chip cookies.
The kind you got as a kid in the little box, right?
Yeah, but I thought they were lemon flavored.
McDonald Land cookies. I don't remember those. I'm sure they did along the way, but I mean,
loved
I'm
them.
old, so
No, I would get the
I was
chocolate
working
chip.
with like the OG menu.
Yeah.
They had like 4 things on it, you know. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you just want to drop us a quick message there, you can. Anytime. 216-986-8903.
Alan, I'm on yesterday. I'm not sure you're interested in getting back on the COVID vaccine discussion, but if so, I just wanted to reply to the gentleman who asked if you were a pansy.
Oh, I remember Jeff called yesterday,
Jeff
called
was
me
so
a pansy.
upset.
Yeah.
Great question, of course. But his point that if you get the shot, you can still get COVID, so why get the shot, fascinates me to hear, as I guess I come from the school of thought that just because something isn't 100% effective doesn't mean it shouldn't be implemented at all. There's a phrase that you say sometimes that I was really hoping you'd say in discussion yesterday, and that is, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yep.
And I hope that all the COVIDiots out there and vaccine deniers and hopefully future dead people understand what that means, but I doubt it.
Yeah. No, I was not going to whip "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good" on Jeff yesterday.
He was
he was very upset. He just wanted to yell.
You could get COVID from somebody that has got the shots.
Yes.
So why are you so afraid of me?
I'm not afraid of you. Why would I want someone to get sick?
Are you a pansy, Alan? Are you afraid of your shadow?
No. Jeff, what you're saying...
Pansy?
Oh, boy. Yeah, he was very upset with me and just kept calling me a pansy. More people are leaving that other radio company because they don't want to get vaccinated, by the way. I was talking about this woman who was on the air the same time that I was in Chicago, this woman, Roxanne Steele, who has spent the past few years in Detroit. And she got moved up to the morning show a couple of months ago. And then this other company, not this one, this other company instituted a vaccine mandate. And they said, anybody that want to get a shot, you're going to be out. So think about it. They were the first company, this company called Cumulus. They were the first one to institute this policy. And she was the first one to go. And now there's a morning show co-host at a sports talk station in South Carolina who says that he's leaving.
Must be nice to just have that kind of money where you just.
Well,
like,
that's what we were talking about
job,
yesterday.
Yeah.
He said he applied for an exemption based on religious beliefs, but was denied because that whole thing's a crock too.
Belief, yeah.
No, there's no religion that opposes vaccines. Even the Christian Scientists, who were the ones that did, were like, "Look, we understand. There's got to be kind of a collective civic obligation here." Every leader, from the Pope to the Dalai Lama, has told people to get vaccine.
Trump said it. Trump said, "Get the vaccine." He's gotten the vaccine.
Yes, and that's a lot of people's religion right there.
Mm-hmm.
So, so it's weird. It's very, very strange.
It is so strange.
Some people have proposed, I kind of like the idea, some people have proposed letting, whether you're a religious person or not, claim a general exemption for your personal beliefs. Because all these people that are saying my religious beliefs, it's just their personal beliefs. It's got nothing to do with religion. Remember that old book you guys all claim to love so much, Take Care of the Sick and the Poor? That's all in there. So it's not got nothing to do with religion. It's got to do with just a personal philosophical belief. It's not really rooted in anything. But in this country, you can say religion and everybody bends over. So some people are going, there should just be a general exemption, but make it really hard to get. So make people jump through so many hoops.
I know. I got it. Here's how we do it. Here's how you get the exemption. There's one exemption. One person gets it. If you don't want to get the vaccine, you can get that exemption and you can go to any concert you want. You can work any job you want, but you got to get it Squid Game style.
But that seems very labor intensive.
Yeah, but think of how entertaining it would be.
Yeah. No, you make people sit through like an education program, like a driver's ed for 6 weeks or something. You make them write a letter to, explaining their objections.
Did you watch Squid Game?
A letter that's more extensive than just the word freedom. You got to go get it notarized. I mean, that in and of itself is going to be a pain in the ass. So you just make it so hard that anybody who gets one really, really earned it. I have not turned on Squid Game yet. I have thus far found other things to watch. I watched *Malignant*.
I heard you talk about that.
I heard Squid Game is real gross.
I don't mind gross. I like gross.
I don't want to have nightmares.
I watched *Kill List* again the other night.
I don't think you'll have nightmares. I think it's...
I heard it was like really
violent.
graphic.
My
and,
mom
horrible.
watches Squid Game. I can't believe it. She's into it.
Wow.
She's like, girl, it is so good.
I guess there is some graphicness, but...
Well, yeah, it's very bloody.
Here's what I've noticed. I'm desensitized.
Oh, have you noticed that?
I imagine my mom's pretty desensitized, too.
I'm desensitized to Caro syrup and red food coloring, too, Mary.
Okay, here we go. It's all fake. It does matter.
Yes, it is all fake. You think they're really killing people over there?
Dude, you don't know. How do you know?
Mary, why you bugging?
It's a documentary, Alan. Did you not know that?
I did not know that. No.
So
many good
Michael
documentaries
guy did
on
it.
Netflix.
Michael McDouglas? What's his name?
Michael Moore?
Michael Moore.
Michael McDonald.
If I hear Yamo be there one more time, Yamo, shoot this place up. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to hit me up there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Cavs not playing tonight. They don't play till Friday. But you will hear all of it on Friday here on MMS, on the iHeartRadio app. They'll be in Indiana to play the Pacers. Still preseason. The NBA season begins on the 20th, and then the home opener, Cavs will play the Hornets at the Romo Fijo on the 22nd. Let me refresh my information. Oh, God, 5-1 in the top of the 6th. I'm keeping an eye on my White Sox, and they're losing by 4 runs to the Astros, and they're out if they lose. Rays got knocked out by the Red Sox. What? There won't be any color Sox represented in the World Series? That's what you're trying to tell me?
No, the Red Sox are still in it.
Yeah, right. Rays are
there's still a chance. Yeah, the Rays are
still
out.
a chance.
Yeah, there's still a chance. Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
Somebody made a good point to you in the break about the
yes,
about the vaccination.
And Buck Squatch. He's
Buck Squatch.
Yeah, that's what he. That's his name on Twitter. Mm-hmm. People will line up for the McRib, but are worried about what's in the vaccine.
Yeah, that's right.
And I kind of piggyback that, and I'm saying, like, if a single one of you, I don't know what's in the vaccine, people gets a McRib, I swear to God.
What if they're putting it in the McRib?
Oh, there it is.
I mean, you got to go where the fish are. What if they're doing that? They're like, this McRib tastes weird. How would you know?
It tastes like vaccine. Vaccine.
It's like protection.
They can't flavor the vaccine. I mean, we can tweak everything else. There's 4,000 flavors of Oreo. There's, we can't flavor the vaccine. I mean, I guess you don't take it orally, but maybe you could. You can give it to people orally. Now, Pfizer Cherry. Why can't they do this? I can't
Cherry's
possibly.
Never good.
I can't be the first person.
Luden's cough drop disagrees.
Ludens?
That's right.
Ludens.
I'm a Halls gal.
What?
Well,
I'm a W.H. Smith guy myself.
Listen, if you're going for effectiveness, Halls is great. Mm-hmm. But if you want a cough drop that's just basically candy.
Halls Fruit Freezer.
You want Luden's cherry.
I used to.
Cough drops. That's the good stuff.
Why don't they flavor
Halls
the
Fruit
vaccine?
Freezers. Well, then they'd have to put it in a tongue drop or something.
That's what I'm saying. You tell people, because some people go, I don't like needles. Okay, fine. You don't like needles. I mean, whatever. Some people do have that as a legitimate concern.
I think digesting it might actually make
Hurt
it
your
less
belly.
effective.
Your stomach acid breaks it down.
Oh, it needs to go into your muscle mass and into your,
like that.
But again,
that's the way that gene therapy works.
I understand. I'm just saying.
Idiots.
They can just as easily get the trackers into you by making it an analgesic or an oral thing, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. But if you are one of these gene therapy people, can you explain what you think gene therapy is?
That's when I go shopping to feel better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some people call it retail therapy, but if I get myself into a cozy pair of dungarees, I'll scoop my little tuchus in there, and I will feel good the rest of the day.
My gene therapy, I just watch Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein.
I watch old Kiss videos. That's
Get
right.
all the gene I can.
There's so many different ways to
There's
do
lots
gene
of different.
therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll listen to old calls from Gene from Parma, who cut himself shaving his nutsack and then got himself some new skin at the CVS and made the unfortunate move of applying it in his car.
Oh, no.
A mere 500 feet from a school before he realized what was going on. So all kinds of gene therapy. Alan, fentanyl-flavored vaccines are all the rage.
That'll do it.
Gene therapy is what? Where people go, it's going to change my DNA?
I think so.
Is that what the gene therapy thing is?
Yeah, that's why there's some...
The nonsense.
I listened to a lot of the show yesterday, and one of was Jeff, Angry Jeff. Very...
Angry Jeff, yes.
Righteous angry. It all made sense why he's so mad.
He wanted someone...
He said it's not even the vaccine, it's gene therapy, but we won't even get into that. I'd love to get into that.
There's a reason we didn't get into that.
Let's hear all about the gene therapy.
Are you a pansy, Alan?
Yes. That was Angry Jeff. Yes, of course I am. But still.
Also,
are you a pansy, Alan?
If we could talk a little bit about the lawsuit from yesterday.
Whose lawsuit?
The lawsuit where the
the psychic.
Suing the psychic.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a paradox right there, because if he wins the lawsuit, I feel like the curse was lifted,
Because it's good
therefore
luck.
nullifying the lawsuit.
Oh.
So, like, it's really a... Yeah.
It is very circular, and that's why I was so intrigued by it from a legal standpoint, because it's very difficult to prove or disprove any of it, and it relies solely on the burden of proof.
And winning a lawsuit like that...
And reasonable doubt.
I think that would be pretty good luck.
Yeah.
So I feel like then the curse is lifted, which means the psychic did her job, which means there shouldn't have been a lawsuit in the first place. So I don't know. It was a lot to take in. But also, going back to when your mom saw a psychic, it's the same thing I said last time. You said she was going to get into, the psychic predicted that she's going to get into a car crash. Oh, a psychic predicted a woman gets in a car crash.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, no,
and
I
then
know.
also, a psychic predicted a Catholic lady would get pregnant. She's really killing it over there.
But my mom had been trying to get pregnant unsuccessfully for a decade. So when she tells my mom, you're going to get pregnant, you're going to have a girl, now it's a 50-50 chance, of what kind of kid you're going to have. But she told my mom. So again, that's the closest I've ever gotten to going, all right, maybe some people know something.
You said the psychic told her when she would have a child. So when was I know she didn't say the date, but like after you try such and such times, will it be you'll have a kid in the fall?
I don't remember. I know that my mom was really kind of at her wit's end because she and my dad had been trying for quite some time. And my sister was finally born in January
89. She's my age, right?
89.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because I left for college that fall. So she was 7 or 8 months old when I left for college. So that prior year, when would my mom have gotten pregnant for a January birth?
November.
No. For a January birth.
What am I talking about?
April?
April.
April, right? So prior to that...
Wait a minute. Don't you go 2 months back? 3 months forward. You go 3 months forward.
I'm not measuring
No,
menstrual cycles. I'm just counting 9 months back.
The hack from when you were birthday to when they got pregnant is 3 months forward. So November,
I see.
December, January, February.
Right.
Yeah.
12 minus 9.
Yeah. I went 3 months backwards.
That's what I was doing,
Yeah.
which made it considerably harder for people like us who suck at people like me who suck at math. So, so obviously prior to my mom getting pregnant, this woman told her that she would in fact get pregnant. Now, I don't know how many times she told her before that. And,
would she go see this?
And was incorrect. I don't know.
Would she go see this psychic regularly? Like
pretty regularly, yes.
That's not religious, though.
Huh?
Weren't they friends?
They were friends.
They start as friends, or did they become friends?
That's a good question. But this was a woman who was of Native American descent.
Well, you didn't mention that part. Of course, it's all true now.
Duh.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
All I had to say was that. They're the ones that, yeah.
What I'm saying is I don't know if that maybe...
Hold on.
My mom thought that maybe that lended some credence to it, or,
Did your mom only move the headstones? Is that how this all started?
I don't think so. No. What would that have to do with it?
Did she have a
It's a
headstone
burial ground.
I get that, but what was that?
Yeah, she was cursed from only moving the headstones.
Oh, I see.
And then...
You son of a bitch, you moved the cemetery, but you left the bodies, didn't you? You son of a bitch, you left the bodies and you only moved the headstones! You only moved the headstones!
Are you a pansy, Alan?
Oh, listen. So anyway, there was a period of time where I was kind of like, because I was still heavily Catholic then, too. I was still buying into all that.
You were like 8.
Huh?
Oh, you were like 17.
Yeah, I was 16, 17 years old.
Never mind.
So, yeah, there was a time where I was like, oh, maybe there's something to this. Because I believed in what my mom thought was valid and,
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in life after love?
I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. Why wouldn't I? How could I not?
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, how could I not?
Kind of a pansy answer, but whatever.
Are you a pansy, Alan?
Alan, there are a lot of people... I know, I love that. There are a lot of people who I think really need their DNA changed. Well, that is one tack. Alan, you know what really does damage to your DNA? UV from the sun. I wonder how many of those dopes worried about gene therapy wear sunscreen. Well, listen.
And do they apply it correctly?
And liberally. See, they won't do it because it tells you apply liberally. They're like, I ain't doing nothing liberally. So I guarantee those people aren't wearing sunscreen, and it's only to your detriment. I don't want you to get skin cancer. So whether you got to get yourself a SPF 15 or 400.
Did you know you're supposed to let it dry on you? Like it's you're not supposed to rub it in until it disappears. You're supposed to put it on 15 minutes before you go outside, and you're supposed to rub it on and let it dry so it like creates a film over you.
Supposed to let your skin suck it up.
That's what I heard.
That's what he heard.
I would love to get sucked up.
It was a thing that I saw, and I think it was a science thing.
You want to go outside looking like powder.
I just watched the latest episode of What We Do in the Shadows last night, and Colin Robinson is putting sunscreen on in nighttime. And he's like, oh, it's dark out. He's like, I like the way it feels.
We started watching it from the beginning again,
so
waiting
good.
for these episodes to drop.
There is something about, like, the energy vampire thing.
God, it's so funny.
That part I really do enjoy, and, like, I'm still trying to get through it. It's not something that, like, I binge. I can do one here and there. But that is absolutely real.
Oh, yeah. That's
Like,
why it's so funny.
People are energy vampires, and they are out there, and they will just sneak up on you, and then before you know it,
You're just like,
you're just like,
how'd I lose an hour?
Gotta go.
The way Colin Robinson says hello is my favorite thing. We just, hello to everybody. He gets ready to just bore him to death.
Well, we were watching the episode where Vanessa Bayer is the emotional vampire that works in his office,
Yes.
and they're going back and forth with each other. And,
my
dog has autism.
All right, maybe I do like the show.
My sister got killed.
It can get, 5 or 6 in a row can be a lot. But if you
Yeah,
watch,
that's a lot of anything.
Well, that's how I did 30 Rock. I watched maybe 3 max in a row, where I would watch 2 or 3 while I would eat, and then,
I just wish there was way more Matt Berry. I feel like this season there's less of him, and I think it's because he's shooting Toast in America.
Disagree.
Really?
I feel like he's pretty heavy in it. Maybe his lines are just funnier to me now.
Jackie Daytona.
He's so such a perv, and I love it so much. When he's like, he said we're having us over for a boys' night out, which I thought was gonna get all gross. Like,
Yeah.
dude.
His topiaries of the vulvas of the women he's romanced.
Mm-hmm.
This is my dear mother. Alan, if your mom didn't have a kid, the psychic prediction would have gone ignored. It's just a good guess, and she knew your mom was trying. This is evidence of nothing. I mostly agree with you. All I'm saying
she's Native American.
All I'm saying is I don't know if she had told my mom that before. And again, you got to go back to when I was 16 years old. So if you ask me now, I would go, yeah. But I have to put myself back in that mindset. I have to kind of be back in that time to how I reacted to the whole thing. Was the psychic of Native American descent like you are of Native American? Listen, I only know what I was told, all right? That's what I was told. Turned out to be not true. But that's what I was told as a kid. And, what do you want from me? What do you want? Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill, do you recognize my voice? It's Wilhelmina.
Oh, okay, yes.
It's been a long time.
It's been so long.
It's been, as the kids say, a minute.
They do say that, and they also say spoopy.
You know what? I had that happen when I was waiting in a doctor's waiting room one time.
Wait, what?
I had spoopy happen when I was in a doctor's waiting room one time.
What do you think spoopy means?
That's when you... I don't know if I can say, Bill. You and I are friends. But
I think you can try. Yeah.
I stood up and was a little spoopy.
Where?
In the doctor's waiting room. Does anybody...
But what part of your body was spoopy?
Is this on? My ankles. Well, by that time, my ankles. Fortunately, Bill, I was ushered right into a doctor's examination room.
Did they help with the spoop?
They administered a series of broad wet naps. And the examination went on unfettered.
That's good.
After that, Bill, you've been gone for a while. I missed hearing you. I didn't know what was going on.
I missed one show.
We had 2 shows, I thought.
Well, we didn't.
Shows, Bill.
We didn't do a show, so I didn't miss a show.
Well, you missed a day.
I missed 2 days, but I only missed one show. But you could hear me on the best of replays.
I don't know what that is, but I just like to hear you as much as I can, Bill.
Well, that's good. I appreciate that. Do you listen to the Bill Squire Show podcast?
I don't know what that is.
I didn't think so.
What's a podcast?
Don't worry about
it.
it.
Is that a show about fish?
It's just a bunch of spoop.
Well, then I want nothing to do with that, as I have bad memories of Spoopy. It was not good. Do you have plans for Halloween, Bill? It's only a couple of weeks away.
I do have plans. I'm doing a crowd work show at Hilarities that night, and I'm still trying to think of the Halloween costume that I want to wear, though.
Now, what does that mean? Crowd work?
So I go on stage and I talk with the audience while I'm doing stand-up comedy, and it's an interactive show.
Ooh.
Yeah.
If I wanted to come, could I come and watch?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not gonna make fun of me, are you, Bill?
I would never.
Well, that's good. I mean, I guess if you recognized me and wanted to make a comment, that'd be okay.
I mean, I could, yeah.
We can practice right now, Bill. So I'm in the audience and I'm laughing and you're talking. And I'm having a good time. And then you see me and you go, hey, there's my friend Wilhelmina.
Hey, that's Wilhelmina, and she's dressed up for Halloween. What are you dressed up as?
I'm dressed up as... I'm not wearing a costume. I didn't know this was a Halloween show. I thought you were just I thought you were working the crowd, is what you said.
Yeah, I am working the crowd, but it's a Halloween-themed edition for Halloween, and I thought you were wearing a costume. So this is just how you dress all the time.
This is how I dress all the time, yes.
Can you kind of walk me through your choices here? Because they seem a little strange.
Well, first I put on pants.
Yeah, but those are like...
And then I put on my underthings.
Wait.
And then I put on another pair of pants.
Okay, so you double up on pants.
So spoopy. I double up. That's one way to put it. I never thought about it that way. Double up on pants.
It's okay, and I can see that, but I think the thing that threw me off is the way that the pants are just pulled up over your boobs to your armpits.
Well, that's what is called an optical illusion. They're not pulled up that high.
Then why does it appear as if they are pulled up that high?
I would be choking myself with my own belt, Bill, if that was the case. That'd be no fun.
I mean, it's not up to your neck, it's just up to your armpits. And then...
Is that what it looks like?
That's what it looks like to me.
I need to change. I need to leave right now. We're still playing in the club, right?
Yeah.
I need to leave right now and find a mirror, because that's not a good look, Bill.
Well, that's why I thought it was some sort of costume. I don't know if it was like Humpty Dumpty or something.
My costume, no. My costume was I took down my curtains and I cut a hole in one of them and just put it over my head. And I'm going into my living room. That's my costume. That way, if I get lost, Bill, I'll just lie down, and it'll be like I'm at home.
And home is where you make it.
That's right. I call my costume my assets.
Amen.
I like role playing with you, Bill.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You did a good job.
Fun.
See, I didn't make fun of you. Just had a nice little back and forth, and we had learned a little bit about each other. And
yes.
Yeah.
Then I didn't get spoopy again.
And you did not get spoopy.
All right. Well, maybe I just want to catch up, Bill. I know you've been gone, so I want to catch up.
Yeah.
And
just one day.
Maybe. Yeah, you said that already.
Yeah, I know. But you act like I was gone for like a long time.
Well,
but I only missed one show.
That's fine, but I guess it seemed like you were gone. A day that goes by without hearing you, Bill, it seems like a long time. That's also because I can't tell time. So maybe it does sound. Okay, maybe I'll come. When's your show again?
October 31st at Hilarities.
Oh, on Halloween?
Yes.
Oh, I can't go. But I hope it's a good time.
Wait, why can't you go?
Because it's Halloween.
What are you doing? Are you trick-or-treating?
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to a party.
Wait. You don't know what trick-or-treat is?
No. Oh, treat. Oh, I thought you said trick or treat. Like, I can't trick or treat. What? Okay, I gotta go.
Please, bye.
Bye.
Trick or treat.
I like trick or treat.
All right, I've got to take a break. None too soon. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. For that, I will have Cleveland Monsters tickets for you coming back. Their season is ready to start next week. And I'm going to put you the game next Saturday against the Syracuse Crunch at the Romo Fijo. So if you want to get to that, we'll do that coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
right, the Cleveland Monsters are getting ready to start their season. It begins next week, Friday and Saturday, your first 2 games at the Romo Fijo. I'll put you at game number 2, Saturday, 1 week from this Saturday, the 16th, against the Syracuse Crunch. You can go to clevelandmonsters.com. Always happy when hockey is back. Monsters Crunch next weekend downtown at the Romo Fijo. If you want to go, be caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We just passed unbelievably, the 1-year anniversary of Eddie Van Halen's death.
Yeah, we still got Danny Hagar, so that's all that
Danny
matters.
Hagar is still out there doing it. That's right. Some people got behind some just residents of Pasadena, California, which is where, I thought it was like city council members or something, but just people, because Van Halen got their start famously in Pasadena. And I don't know if it's Eddie Van Halen's hometown or not, but they unveiled an Eddie Van Halen memorial plaque at the Pasadena Civic Auditorium, where Van Halen played a lot when they got back there. I guess that's where his family settled. His parents emigrated from the Netherlands, and they landed in Pasadena. And so just a couple of people raised $6,500 on GoFundMe, which couldn't have been hard to do. They go, hey, give us some money for an Eddie Van Halen memorial plaque. And so they dedicated the thing yesterday. And if you're ever out there for a show, A, don't sleep on the doghouse on the corner there. B, you'll see the Eddie Van Halen plaque at the Pasadena Civic Auditorium there.
If you get memorialized, how would you like it? Would you like a plaque? Do you want a statue?
A statue?
How would you do it? Yeah.
No, because sooner or later the statue would be deemed problematic for some reason that has not yet presented itself. So, a plaque? Yeah, a plaque. Yeah, is it Alan Cox? What would be memorializing? I haven't done anything to the extent that Eddie Van Halen.
Assume you did something worth memorializing.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just saying,
That's a big leap.
Yeah, we do this on the show
sometimes.
Do a leap
on that one.
That's why they take down your statue. Like, oh, he did a very problematic
Italian
accent for many, many years.
Yes. Well, I only did it for Columbus Day. I don't know where I'd want a plaque. I'd want a plaque, sure.
You want plaque?
Yeah. The Alan Cox Memorial Studio, right? When we get down into the new digs downtown, let's say that moving downtown ends up being the worst thing that ever happened because I'm hit and killed crossing the street to get a Robex or something. Something appropriately mundane, right? And then I guess there could be worse. I could be hit in the middle of the street, face down, and then sodomized by a passerby. That would be worse.
Horse and carriage that goes by.
Horse and carriage.
Oh, yeah.
I could be buggered by the buggy. But I would hope that this company would dedicate an Alan Cox. They've done it for other people who have passed, right? The Casey Coleman room down there.
I think there's some for people that weren't even dead yet. They're just well known.
Well, you want them to pre-memorialize
but also,
people.
what happens to, because we got the Casey Coleman, don't we got the Lanigan room?
There's Lanigan, there's
they're
the
going away,
Len
we're not
Boom
going to have spaces for that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll find out tomorrow, but my understanding is there might be a couple of conference rooms. in the
Yeah, I
new
guess we
digs.
will have some conference rooms.
Maybe it'll be the Alan Cox Memorial Break Room. I don't know.
I mean, on the door, it just says, I've got to go to break.
I've never considered it. I've
gotta let you go. Gotta go to break.
Yep, I've never thought about it.
Would you want a statue or a plaque?
I have to choose between those two?
Yes.
What did you have in mind?
Oh, don't worry about me.
A bust or...
I don't know what a bust is.
It's like...
Shoulders down.
up.
Like the Beethoven thing, shoulders down, right?
Oh,
just a bust.
Do it just of my midsection like they used to do the ancient Greek women. Carve me out of marble, but at my fattest.
Draw me like one of your French girls.
Yeah.
At my fattest. We're going to need more marble.
Yeah.
This statue costs $4.8 million.
It's all marble.
Yeah.
We don't even know how she got up to 210, but...
It's actual size.
Right. That's what I mean, life size.
Yeah, so the marble. Poundcake, have you ever thought about being memorialized in any capacity?
Yeah, you just laid a large pound cake on my grave.
The actual cake, someone's going to steal it and eat it.
Well, the grave would be the memorial. I mean, we were thinking like a
we're talking
plaque
like
or
a
a statue, a public memorial.
Well, I always wanted like a mausoleum, but those are really, really expensive.
Well,
More
so-
expensive than my marble statue.
Or a statue in the center of town.
But I want something like Garfield has in in the Lakeview
cat?
Cemetery. No, President Garfield.
So you want it in the cemetery? You don't want it like
President
out in
Garfield
public?
was a cat?
Yeah. He hated Mondays, man.
And loved lasagna.
I mean,
Get off this table, Odie.
if they named it Poundcake Senior High School, like Oberlin Senior High School.
Oh, that's the way to go. Yeah, the
Poundcake
name
Senior
after.
High School. Oh, that'd be great.
Poundcake Senior High School.
Not Cody Brown Senior High School, but
Poundcake.
Poundcake Senior High School.
That's right. Known. Oh my gosh, you would not.
Poundcake High.
You wouldn't believe it. They wanted me to come back and talk to students.
I would believe that, yes.
Sorry, that wasn't Oberlin High School. That was JVS. And they had my little newspaper posted up in their office. I was like, this cannot be real. I was like, I am a success story? They're like, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably one of the only ones.
No, JVS has a lot of people.
Well, then why'd they have you come back?
Because I'm
Were you
known.
were you in between two carpenters, or like who were they? You know.
What do you mean? Was I in between two carpenters?
Well, JVS, right? It was a vocational school.
Yes.
You didn't study broadcasting there, so
No,
if they
I
had
didn't.
you come back, were the other people who had used their education there professionally? Like you're between a landscaper and a guy who has a drill company or
Yeah,
something.
I think they probably have, entertainment just intrigues people, I guess, because they do have people come back and talk about their businesses that they've created.
Yours
from
is
JVS.
yours is absolutely the flashiest, but I just wondered if
I don't know.
in lieu of that, who the other people were that they have come back.
I kind of love that idea. I would love to be.
I never asked.
Memorialized by my high school, where I didn't want to ever be,
Yeah.
where I didn't graduate.
Bill Squire Memorial High
Bill
School.
Squire Senior High School. And so, what did he do here? Or not? He didn't want anything to do with his school.
Do you want it Bill or do you
It's
want
one big troll to have his name on this.
Do you want it Bill or do you want it William? Because William sounds more official.
Well, what's his name?
Or do you want it Hugo Butt Senior High School?
I think we'll go King of Plop.
Uh-huh.
Senior high school.
Why don't I just get like a hall? Like if it's a big school and you got different, like if you got like a big campus, like how about Poundcake Auditorium?
There you go.
Or Poundcake Gymnasium.
Poundcake Halls, that actually just sounds good.
There you go. No matter where you are, no matter how low you speak, it sounds really, really loud
Yeah.
in this particular hall.
Be a real mess hall, wouldn't it?
Mary gets the cafeteria.
So the Mary Santora Memorial Cafeteria. That's what you want to do to really get the juices flowing when people at lunchtime is get people thinking about death.
Mayor Mondays.
The Forum in Los Angeles, right there in Inglewood. Inglewood always up to no good. The 2022 Alter Ego Festival. This is our annual festival that we do out there. We've got Coldplay, Natch, 21 Pilots, Imagine Dragons, Kings of Leon.
Oh, you love Imagine Dragons.
It's his favorite band.
Love them. Willow and All Time Low, right? So good lineup this year. With a couple of exceptions. But it's a trip to L.A. for you and a pal. We fly you out, put you up, get you all the festivities in January, so you don't even have to wait that long. These go on sale next week. So this week, these trips I'm giving you, before anybody gets their grubby little mitts on these. So listen closely to the keyword here, and good luck.
Now, here's your chance at a trip to our 2022 iHeartRadio alter ego. Text the nationwide keyword party to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's party to 200-200.
The Hercules Snoot Slammer Memorial Library. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
The Mary Santora Memorial Dr. Pepper vending machine.
Dude, for real.
There you go.
Memorial.
Listen.
No Weezer on the festival here?
No Weezer.
What the hell?
Nope. No
Weezer. I thought they had to be. I mean, I'm sure they'll get added by the time the show rolls around.
Just added Weezer. Yeah, because they're on all of our other festivals. Mm-hmm. That's why I assume we've got lifetime contracts with Rivers Cuomo and Chris Martin.
I mean, usually, it's Weezer or Coldplay, but I mean, getting them both in the same spot, that'd be exciting.
By the way, devotion to accuracy, because again, I'm awful with dates and everything else. These Monsters tickets I'm giving away are for this weekend. I'm sorry, I forget how we're already in the second week of October. So just people are yelling at me on the tech. Not yelling, but they're letting me know.
Everything's just flying by.
So Cleveland Monsters begin their season this Friday and Saturday, and I will have those for you the remainder of the week. I've got a couple of guests booked for the end of the month that I'm very excited about, but I'm not going to say anything yet. I'm just going to put that little kernel in your brains.
I have some guesses. Can we guess?
You can guess, but I won't tell you if you're correct.
Miss Piggy.
Fine. Oh, thanks for taking my guess.
Sorry. Great lines, Bill.
Miss Piggy. No, not Miss Piggy. No, I don't even know who does that anymore. Miss Piggy. No.
Frank Jackson.
Not Frank Jackson.
Plank Jackson.
Not Plank Jackson. No.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Mm-hmm. The Pope, but not the current Pope, the Pope that stepped down that's still out there. Just
the Versace Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hitler Youth Pope.
Is he doing, is that the guess? Did I get it?
I told you I wouldn't tell you. Oh, but you're the warmest out of everybody. It is a former Pope. The Cody Poundcake Brown Memorial English Scholarship. There's a suggestion from Tom. He'll bestow upon you his Warbury.
The Poundcake Pronunciation Project.
You down with PPP? Yeah.
You know I.
You know I. There you go. Mm-hmm. Hey, Dreadhead.
Yo, Alan.
What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, man, it's been crazy out here on the road.
Out on the road? On what road? You're out on the road or a road?
All the roads, man. I'm driving trucks and whatever now.
I got where do you find yourself now?
Currently in Pennsylvania.
All right.
Right outside of Philadelphia.
Oh, you mean Philly? Right outside Philly. We already had this conversation once today, right?
No, man, my grandpa lived here. He called it Philadelphia.
Yeah, okay.
Called it Philly.
So how's it going out there?
You know what, man? It's great money. I'm paying for my stuff to be kept in storage at a house, though.
Oh, really? So you just come back to a storage unit?
No, I mean, my house is the storage unit.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Fair labor there.
Yep, I gotcha.
I was, calling and talk crap and whatever.
Okay.
Because, I've been watching the shows as they go by and whatever. Friday didn't have one, and I was like, man, something's wrong. But apparently just weren't on.
There was a sum-up show on Friday, and then Bill was out yesterday, so there was no live stream video yesterday. That's right.
Yeah, because obviously my radio doesn't get
pictures. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah,
your radio does not get pictures. No, you can't listen to the radio. If he's driving across the country, you can't listen on the FM dial.
Yeah, that's right. But it also doesn't get pictures. Yeah.
Yes, it does not get pictures. Radio and pictures. Nobody's gonna want that.
Hey, they're putting a lot of things in vehicles these days. It's crazy.
Actually, the thing is all messed up when you watch it on YouTube. So. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. All right.
What do you mean it's all messed up?
Like when the picture is showing it, it's like just rolling like an old... When you have to put the movie on the reel way back in the day.
That's just what we look like.
That's how we're going to be memorialized in statue form, Dreadhead.
Actually, when I was training, the guy I was training with loved you guys' show, and he was like, "Hey, man, I don't know if you mind or not. It doesn't really matter because it's my truck. We're going to be watching the Alan Cox Show. Go ahead and put it on my YouTube for me."
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Okay, oh,
They should.
yeah,
I'll tell you what. You're a smart guy. That should be implemented into everyone's training program.
Let me ask you this. Why don't you use the iHeartRadio app to listen to it rather than, I mean, just because you're driving, I don't know if watching it's the best way to go.
Because then I'd have to get the app, and my phone is crap.
Look at that.
All right.
You know what they say? You know what Dave iHeartMedia says? If your phone is crap, you can't grab the app. It's free, but who cares if you...
Guess what else is crap?
Pancakes, tea kettle farts.
Uh-huh, right. Okay, listen, keep it between the ditches out there, Dreadhead.
Always, man.
Thank you, pal.
Hey, have a good day.
You too. There's Dreadhead checking in from the road.
What a voice.
We haven't... oh, my God, these pipes. Why didn't that guy, do what I'm doing? My voice is terrible. I've made a good living out of this. He should be on doing something. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you don't have time to sit and chop it up with us, you can just leave a message. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, podcast listener. Hate the show. Hey, I was checking out the Poundcake podcast, and man, is that a true demonstration of broadcasting excellence. I mean, the way he just... Hold on. I'm going to just take a sip here. He tells me what he's doing all the time. He always gives his chopped and very unfluid description about his bottle opening process, a very unorganized, discombobulated description about his... Gotta get this. But yeah, I mean, I listened and I thought it's like one of those things that you hear.
I'm intrigued. I don't know about you.
And you know his noise.
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
All right. Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
But he's 100% right, Poundcake, because why? Why do you do it that way?
What do you mean?
He's right in his description of your podcast, but why do you do it that way?
It comes natural to me.
That's what I'm saying, because it comes natural to me. That's right, because you said the audience wants it raw.
Yeah.
Right. That's the answer to my question.
Yes.
You said that the audience wants it raw.
Raw and authentic.
Right. And that guy is part of your audience.
Raw authentic.
He's coined a new portmanteau there. Cody Brown, raw authentic. Yeah. You get the real you, right? Just like when I do the show here, right? I don't do anything different at all that I would do if I were at home. I do it exactly the same as if I were at home. I don't change anything for entertainment value, for timing, I do it exactly the same.
Here.
That's the authenticity, the raw authenticity that people want. And you can get more where that came from on the Bill Squire show.
That raw authenticity.
That raw authenticity.
Can.
Why are you having a stroke?
That's called the Tuesday Get Up. Yes. Listen, leave Poundcake alone.
You know me longer than it's just how I am.
Yeah. He's Mr. Scream from Wayne. He's Harry Shearer from Wayne's World.
It's very enthusiastic. This
Mr.
one.
Scream. Harry Shearer wasn't Mr. Scream.
Oh, Ted McGinley.
Yes.
Handsome Dan was Harry Shearer.
That's right.
But leave Poundcake alone. He's doing that's his little corner of real estate, and he's doing his thing his way.
He does it how he wants, and
That's
people
right.
listen, right?
A lot of people listen.
Hi. Dancing Dan.
Back with you on WPIG Maximum Grunt. All right, our special guest right now, Wayne Campbell, Garth Elgar, Wayne's World. All right, talking about Wayne Stock. Very exciting, big event. Everybody's excited, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a big concert at Adlai Stevenson.
Great, good stuff. I think people are getting really cranked.
People are getting really cranked. Really good stuff. Handsome Dan. I've got to take another break here. If you'd like to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. And you can listen anywhere on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Your time waiting for that second chance, for a break that would make it okay. There's always some reason to feel not good enough, and it's hard at the end of the day. I need some distraction.
Is this the animal adoption song?
Yes.
Sarah McLachlan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When they show you the late night ASPCA commercials or whatever, it's always her. This song's like 20 years old.
I think it's older than that.
1997. Almost 25 years old off of her second album. What happened to Sarah McLachlan? She put that Lilith Fair together and she had a good 10, 15 years. I know she's still making records, but you don't see her pop up and stuff.
I think this ruined her, to be honest with you. I'm not even
This?
kidding when I say that, because
People associate animal cruelty with her.
I think they so strongly associate this song and her voice with beating puppies that they're like,
Well, I think the song would have
don't
been...
show them getting beaten in the commercial.
they show them after beating.
But post-beating is when they show them.
Post-beating, pre-adopted.
Yes.
The song would be one thing, but she's in the commercials.
Mm-hmm.
That's... You might be right, because now
Near and
they
dear
see
to
her
her
face.
heart, yeah.
Make
I
everybody
get it.
sad. Remember, she comes on the screen.
Yeah, she married her drummer. I think they're divorced since, but so yeah, Sarah McLachlan had this song. I don't know. I was reading about a woman who got in a fight. The cops had to show up because guarantee a white lady, because she was bitching about a song being played at a farmer's market that was too sad.
What?
45-year-old woman. This is in Troy, Michigan. This is suburban Detroit. She got mad that a store was playing a song she did not like, and so she caused a big old scene. This is at the Paradise Fruit Market, and she told people who worked there the song made her very sad and told them to stop playing it. And so obviously the people had to tell her, we don't do that. Like, this is probably on some playlist, and
right.
We're not up there wiki, we're not selecting each song. This is not a hand-picked playlist.
Like, it's only a few minutes.
Yeah. So the workers told her they couldn't stop the song. She got angry and started yelling.
Do we know what song?
That's what I want to know. It doesn't say. So they called the cops, who had to escort the woman out of the store. However, she left of her own accord and then called the cops to tell them that she left.
Never catch me, coppers.
So a cop finds her in her car, and he's talking to her. She gets mad, tells him he's lying, and she drives away.
Lying about what?
So the cop tries to block her car, but she drives around the squad car and leaves. So it started with her not liking a song. It turned into obstruction of a police officer and all this other crap. As soon as she was released from the lockup, she made a beeline for the front desk and started screaming at the front desk attendant, who is also a cop, as I understand it. It's usually how that works. And they said she would not calm down, so she was arrested again, and they added a disorderly conduct charge. I wish this story mentioned what the song was.
You really want to know
what songs are that sad?
This is the first one that came to my mind that could engender that kind of anger in someone, or I don't know. I mean, every song, even something that's not the usual suspect, every song is sad to someone, right?
Yeah. Don't Take the Girl. That's a really sad country song.
But that is a...
Concrete Angel.
But these are all what I would think would be stereotypically sad songs. I mean, there are going to be songs that we might love and somebody else goes, oh my God, I can't hear that.
It's too sad.
That's the song that my mother was hit to
Shots
in the car.
by Lil Jon.
That's right. I can't hear that song anymore.
I got the 10 saddest songs according to RollingStone.com. They just did the 500.
Are they all country songs?
I don't know. Yeah.
That's the song that was playing when my father left us.
Number 10, Hank Williams. So I'm so lonesome I could cry.
Yeah.
So far, country.
they're going to be...
It's going to be a lot of country songs.
They're going to be mostly country songs, yes.
God, you stupid
I'm so lonesome.
Alice in Chains is number 9.
Which song?
Nutshell.
Oh, that's a great song, though. This is Alice in Chains Nutshell, for people who've never heard it before. Yeah.
He sounds too blue to fly.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Great song.
I think I know this.
Of course you do. Off Jar of Flies.
Oh,
I think it's the second song, isn't it? What else is on that list?
John Prine, Sam Stone.
What was the name?
That's him and the girls?
what?
Oh, Same Stone.
Well, they wrote Sam Stone.
So it's a highly reputable list.
This is the Rolling Stone magazine.
Oh, Sam Stone.
Oh, yeah, Sam Stone. I'm sorry.
Sam Stone came home to his wife and family after serving in the conflict overseas.
This is an old song. John Prine, one of the celebrities we lost to COVID-19.
Time that he served had shattered all his nerves. Left
A lot of country and a lot of grunge.
Yeah, right.
Next is Pearl Jam Black. That's number 7.
Yeah. Everybody knows Black. We play it all the time. I'm not going to switch to that. You know Black.
Just give me a little...
You know this. You know Black. Off of 10.
Number 6 is George Jones. He stopped loving her today.
He stopped loving her today.
These are all, it is literally back and forth grunge and country.
Yeah.
Number 5.
She told him you'll forget in time.
These are old songs.
Yes, they're old songs because
Country
people
used to be
haven't
sad
been
as hell.
people haven't been sad for a long time.
You're right.
So you
Sadness
got to
did
go
stop.
back a few decades to find out when people were sad.
But this is why it worked so well when that Alex Melton dude takes like emo songs and makes them country.
Yeah.
Right.
They just, it's flawless. Number 5, Nirvana, Something in the Way.
Oh, what a great song. Great song. It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. Yeah. Great song. Great way to end an album like Nevermind is with Something in the Way. Who is this singing, Poundcake?
Alice in Chains.
Alice in Chains.
I said Alice in Chains.
No.
No, I just said Nirvana, but who is it singing?
Kurt Cobain.
There you go.
Hey.
What's the next song?
Number 4 is Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle.
Oh, God.
That's a
Cats
hit.
in the
I don't think I've ever
cradle
heard
in the
that.
silver
My
spoon.
ex-wife,
Yes, you
every
have.
time...
Your anthem.
Every time... Wanna be like you. Every time I would leave... Because I had an appearance or something?
Yeah.
My ex-wife would go, and the cat's in the cradle.
Oh,
bitch. No. She was goofing around,
Yeah.
and then it didn't get so funny when we actually split up.
Right.
But, great song, though.
It's about a dad who leaves his kid.
Yeah,
To
and then
work.
the kid grows up, and it's the same
Yeah.
thing.
Number 3, REM, Everybody Hurts.
That one's been too overdone.
Yeah, it's like a little too on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, they're coming strong with the last 2, though.
Okay. Elton John's sad song, Say So Much.
No,
I guess that's why they call it the blues.
I love
no,
that.
no,
Laughing
Elton John.
like children, rolling like
Because even
thunder.
though those are like sad songs, like he's still a little too jaunty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't feel sad.
Number 2, 9 Inch Nails, Hurt, which I would have gone
Okay.
the Johnny Cash version, but
The Cash version, yeah.
I hurt myself today.
This was right before he died. The
2
Rick
years,
Rubin
yeah.
album, yeah.
If I still
American.
And I like how he wouldn't curse in the song either. Crown of Thorns.
on the
Instead of crown of S word for poop.
the only thing.
Spoopy.
Spoopy.
Crown of Spoop.
What's number 1?
Number 1 is a definite sad song, Eric Clapton, Tears in Heaven.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I left the window open.
Yeah.
I don't think those are the lyrics.
Tears in Heaven. Yeah, because his kid fell out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks that those syringes are full of tears. Maybe that's why he's so anti-vax.
Why did his kid fall out the window?
The maid wasn't paying attention and the kid fell out a window.
She's the maid, not the babysitter.
That is true, yes. And then he went dark for a while, literally and figuratively. He wasn't doing anything, and he came back with this song.
Well, yeah.
And there was no way that there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
I'm surprised.
He
Well,
won
I
a
guess
Grammy for this album.
those are older songs, but and maybe that's why I don't know them as well. But the couple of country songs that I named are like some of the saddest songs ever.
Like what?
"Don't Take the Girl" by Tim McGraw.
Don't Take the Girl. Is this little girl's growing up and getting married? Is that what it is?
No, Johnny's daddy's taking him fishing. It's like this guy and this girl. Do you want me to tell you the whole song?
I mean, if it'll shorten the duration of me playing the music,
It will.
yeah, okay.
This guy and this girl grow up together, and like the first verse, he's telling his dad, "Don't take the girl fishing with us." And then they go and they grow up and they start dating, and then they get robbed at the movie theater, and he's like, "Just take whatever you want, just don't take the girl." And then the third verse,
And she marries the robber.
no, she's giving birth and she dies during childbirth, and he's like praying to God, "Please don't take the girl. Like, I'll give you anything, just don't take the girl."
The baby girl.
No.
Oh, the wife.
The wife. The wife.
Don't
dies
take the
during
wife.
childbirth. It's just still sad if your wife dies.
Yeah, still, you're supposed to trust in the Lord.
Yeah.
There's a reason. He's got a plan for you. He's taking your wife's dead because the God wanted her dead.
There have got to be sadder songs than that, though.
Cause they're prostitute grandmas. If you're good, they'll buy you an ice cream cone. Prostitute grandmas. But give them a 20 and they'll play with your bone.
I mean, that's kind of a sad song because you're talking about somebody's grandma.
Dude, there's two that
That's
are
an
kind
empowering
of
song.
two
Is
that
it?
are kind of similar. The Little Girl by John Michael Montgomery and Concrete Angel by Martina McBride.
I've got it right here.
Yes.
It doesn't sound very country to me, but
the saddest song I know is "Too Little Too Late" by JoJo.
Oh my God. I was gonna say Concrete Angel is about a little girl who gets abused and none of the teachers say anything and she ends up dying from child abuse.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's Concrete Angel. And then the little girl is about kind of along the same lines. Her parents are both addicts and they fight and scream at each other and she hides behind the couch and then they kill each other one night and Child Protective Service comes and takes her. And when they take her new family takes her to church, she points at Jesus and she's like, "That's the man who was holding me the night my parents died." Like country songs get depressing.
Oh, I've heard some.
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Feel good song.
Say it again.
Yeah.
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
I get sad just hearing him sing, quite frankly.
Oh, God.
I like a
It just sounds like he's saying Ibiza.
I thought he was saying Ibiza.
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 Hey, Nick.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
I got a good Eric Clapton Tears in Heaven joke.
Oh, I bet you do. Yes, all right.
All righty. What's the difference between a bag of cocaine and a 4-year-old?
Eric Clapton would never drop a bag of cocaine.
Out the window.
Bingo. All right.
Yeah, but he didn't. All right, thank you, Nick. He didn't drop the kid, though. I mean, that's a stretch.
He would never let a bag of cocaine get dropped out the window.
Yeah.
But of course, cocaine doesn't really move around the way a baby does. So,
Mary just talked about Pearl Jam Last Kiss. Yeah, that's the only. Mary's like, oh, this song, it's amazing.
It came
Pearl
out
Jam Last Kiss.
Yesterday, it was our lead-in song,
Yeah.
and I walked in, I was like, this is the one! My baby, you leave this world. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
what's the
that's
Blink
right.
182 Adams song?
Adams
Yeah.
song.
That's a sad one.
POD, Youth of the Nation? It's not that sad.
But that's a
but-
rocking song. I
It's
mean,
a-
it's sad,
it's a
but it's
rock
also
song
like, it's
about,
like that's the same thing like all the Papa Roach songs, they're sad, but you're having a good time.
Brad Paisley, Whiskey Lullaby. It's about a guy who gets drunk and blows his brains out.
Yeah, man.
Some really sad country songs.
Okay. Yeah, so
Thunder Rolls is pretty sad.
Thunder Rolls is,
Really?
Lightning strike.
Yeah, I wish that they would say what the song was in that article that this woman ended up getting arrested for. The Dance by Garth Brooks.
Oh.
Leader of the band, Dan Fogelberg. That's good. My mom had that album when I was a kid. Traveling Soldier, Dixie Chicks. If I could keep time in a bottle.
Is that Bob Dylan? Who is that?
Time in a Bottle?
I
I thought that was Harry Chapin.
No, he's got that dumb voice.
I thought it was Harry Chapin. Oh, Jim Croce.
Jim Croce.
Yeah. He's the Bad Leroy Brown.
I
Was
know
his
that
song.
song.
Ooh, the Mad World cover by is that
by the dude?
Is it?
It's Gary Jules.
Yeah, Gary Jules. Yeah.
See, I still like the Tears for Fears one. Everybody got all
but
jizzed
I'm
up
saying
over Gary Jules.
The Gary Jules one is just way more ominous. The Tears for Fears one's a little bouncier.
I know I've said this before, but the Luther Vandross song "Dance with My Father" is about his dead dad. I mean,
he's dancing with his dad's corpse.
Yeah, it was a messed up funeral, but whatever, New Orleans Parade or whatever it's called.
Huh?
Where they dance with dead bodies, right? God, you're gonna make me cry.
Why?
Because this song's my dad died. and
Did
it's
you
about
ever
dead
dance
dads.
with him?
With my dad?
Yes.
Yeah.
When?
When I was a little kid.
Oh, when you're a little kid. When was the last time you danced with him?
I don't know. Wasn't exactly agile in his last few
Well,
years.
You do the waddle back and forth.
Yeah.
You do the lean. Did you ever dance with Luther Vandross?
Fat or skinny?
Either.
Skinny. Yes.
Skinny Luther. I think this was Skinny Luther, Dance with My Father.
I don't know.
Hey, Carlos in Miami.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, sad. Hey, all righty. Sad song, the theme to the original Hulk, and anything by John Denver.
Anything by John? Like,
Not
thank God I'm a
anything.
country boy?
Well, he has one song.
Bumps.
Yeah,
Grandma's Feather Bed. He
Yeah.
got lots of fun songs.
It was 9 feet high and 6 feet wide and soft as a downy chick. Yeah.
So they only played the sad songs here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get a little deep with him, but he's got some upbeat fun
Well-
stuff.
The whole 8 kids, 3 hound dogs, and a chicken we stole from the shed. Remember that? Yeah. Thank you, Carlos.
When I was a little bitty boy, just up off of the floor, we used to go down to Grandma's house every month in the snow. We'd have chicken pie and country ham and homemade butter on the bread. But the best darn thing about Grandma's house was a great big feather bed. It was 9 feet high and 6 feet wide
and soft as a downy chick.
It was made from the feathers of 4 to 11 geese and a home for the pot for the tick. It'd hold 8 kids and 4 hound dogs and a piggy we stole from the shed. We didn't get much sleep, but we had a lot of fun on
Grandma's feather bed. It hold 8 geese and 3 hound dogs. It was a big bed. They never mentioned.
Song.
They never. They did a little selective editing there.
Oh, okay.
They never mentioned that Grandma slept in the bed. What they didn't tell you, that's why that's such a sad song. He was right. Anything by John Denver. John Denver's all about the subtext. So, yeah, Grandma's not dead. There's just so much crap on her bed that they make her sleep in the basement couch.
I mean...
And that's just not good for her sciatica.
Yeah, she's too old.
Right. And she had a colostomy bag, so it was a whole thing.
Oh.
It was a whole project.
Pictures of You by The Cure. I mean, once you get into that genre, it's just...
Anything from The Cure other than, like, hot,
Yeah,
you
and
know?
like Joy Division, Level Terror, stuff like
Yeah.
but that whole...
Do you want to start getting into some emo music? Give me some Secondhand Serenade, Broken, where there's one of their songs that starts with
now you're in the weeds.
My tears run down like razor blades. Which is the first one.
Please. Some of those guys are 50 now and still singing those songs.
14-year-old man.
You really lock yourself in when you're one of those emo pop bands because
Oh,
you
yeah.
still want to perform and play out. But
Yes.
sooner or later, you're my age and you're like, my tears like razor blades. Are like, all right,
My
come
tears run down like razor blades.
on. Ugh, gross. Hey, Poco.
Alan.
Hey.
Saddest song ever, Love Hurts. Not that crappy version that Nazareth did, but Graham Parsons and Emmylou Harris version up Grievous Angel.
Why can't
That
they
don't make
both
you
be
cry.
good versions?
You never had your heart broke.
Well, Or
he was
broken.
a country rock guy, but that was straight country. Police and Woodrow Bryant wrote that. I think the Everlys did it originally, but Graham Parsons' version is the gold standard of sad songs.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll take your word for it, man. Thank you, Poco.
Follow You Into the Dark by Death Cab for Cutie. That's about his wife gets like cancer or something, and he's saying like
Zooey Deschanel?
Yeah, I don't know if that's who he's married to.
They were married.
One of the guys in the band, his wife got cancer or something like that.
Not
and he's
Ben
like,
Gibbard?
I was like, I'll die too if you have to die. It's pretty sad.
I thought maybe he got cancer of the emo hair since he's still rocking that.
Might have been.
The bangs. He's 50. Listen, I've got to... Oh, Jesus, this song. What's the matter with the Nazareth cover, quite frankly? I've got to take a break. If you need to dry your tears in order to send a final text, you can. You can get the last word in 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Well, if I know anything about White Sox fans, I'm sure they're streaming up the aisles to beat the traffic. Top of the ninth, 7-1 Houston. So that sucks. An ignominious end to the season for my White Sox.
Poor John Cusack. Now he's got no teams left to cheer for.
It blows. All right, well, I don't have any more dogs in the fight, as it were. We got to go. What do you got coming up, William?
October 28th, I'm starting a new comedy show that's going to be at High and Dry in Tremont. You can get tickets. Oh, wait, you don't have to get tickets. It's free. Just show up. Starts at 8 p.m. High and Dry, Tremont, October 28th. So come out to that. It's going to be every Thursday. Then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And check out the Bill Squire Show, which won an award. It was the best podcast ever, or something like that. I don't know.
An award, yes.
Yes, an award. That's on iHeartRadio, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mary Lynn?
I am headlining Hilarities Comedy Club on Thursday, November 4th. You can grab tickets for that at hilarities.com or go to my social media, Twitter, Mary_Santora, and Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy. You just click on my bio.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow and new Poundcake podcast.
Ooh! Oh, yeah, they drop on Wednesdays now, don't they?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show on socials. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Anything you missed? Programs available on the iHeartRadio app. The Week in Cox is out there as a podcast as well. We archive the live video stream, too. If you want to watch the show, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And if you want to drop a message while we're out, the after-hours line is 216-986-8903. So that's it. Rachel Elliott up after 6:30.